after your speech. Okay? You speak Dobro. Biraz burada sekreter
For Portugal's Cameroon, which is Spanish.
Okay. Good morning, buongiorno, bonjour, kalimera, comrades. I hope you are all well. You had a good rest. We are ready to start the works of the second day of the World Trade Union Congress. And I'm calling the Presidium to take its seat. Comrade Venkatachalam, from President of the Financial Control Committee of WFTU, please take your seat. Suzanne from Palestine. Suzanne, are you here? Okay, later. Comrade Ernesto Trigo from Argentina. Come in the Presidium, please. Vincent Capenga. Comrade Capenga has arrived early this morning at 4 o'clock, so he will be joining us if he's not here. From RDC Congo. Etienne Moussavou. He is responsible of our regional office, French-speaking Africa, representing Gabon. Cynthia, USB Italy, please. Cliff Smith. Hello, Cliff. Please take your seat in the Presidium. Cliff is coming from Los Angeles. He's leading the trade union of roofers in Los Angeles, in the US. Comrade De Vrooy, Deputy General Secretary, member of the Secretariat from CITU. Please take your seat. Comrade Luis Villanueva, Presidente CCP Peru. Please. And Comrade Mike, our President, is in the room. I don't see him. Maybe later. Comrade Mavrikos, George Mavrikos, General Secretary of WFTU. And Comrade Evgeny Kulikov from Russia. Evgeny. Okay, I don't see Evgeny. Maybe he will come later. Some of the comrades have been in the monument this morning, in a special place here in Italy, to pay tribute to militants of Italy. So, thank you, comrades.
I haven't another. Sì, io lo guardo, lo tengo per i tempi, per controllare i tempi.
Κάτσουν και τους δύο να κάτσουν. Εντάξει, δεν είναι Σουζάν εδώ, τι να κάνουμε.
Morning. Yes. I told to Nicoletta and after, okay.
They come back? They come back?
No. When
They came back or not?
they are arriving, but I think they need 20 minutes, so we start.
I think to start.
Okay, we start?
Yes.
Buongiorno, good morning, buenos días, bonjour, calimera to all the delegates and all the comrades. We start our second day of the 18th Congress of WFTU, and we start with all the speeches of the delegates. Before one technical information, it is important that at the end of the day you leave your headphone, and not only the headphone but also the receipt. They told the technicians told us that yesterday some of these were loose, so please leave them at the desk when we finish. And I have other two communication. Another one is that on the desk there is this appeal of Italian ports. It is from USB port workers to build an international mobilization against the traffic of weapons in the port. So if you want to take this paper, and you can contact us about this. And today we express our full solidarity for the explosion in Cuba last night, and for the death that happened last night for the explosion. We say our full solidarity. Okay, and the time for the speech is 6 minutes. Please, comrades, stay inside the 6 minutes because we have many speeches and we have to finish our work at 6 o'clock in the evening, okay? So we start. The first speaker is Adi Mohammed from Pakistan, and after him, Mohammed Yahya from Palestine.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, on behalf of Pakistan Labour Federation, we are thankful Comrade George Mavrikos, President of the WFTU, as well as all officials of the WFTU, for extending this invitation to Pakistan Labour Federation. As everybody knows that due to coronavirus, many activities all around the world stop. As you are very well aware that privatization is a big problem around the world, particularly in the developing countries. I give you one example before I start my speech. In Pakistan 35,000 workers of telecommunication as well as the workers from the steel mill, 8,000 workers of the steel mill have been lose their jobs due to privatization. And at present, the trade union situation, not in Pakistan, but all around the world, trade situation is very bad. We are unable to protect our workers. We are unable to protect the fundamental rights of the workers. Because you see, when we have some problems, we have to contact with Brother George Mavrikos. He sent letter to our government to redress the grievances of the workers in Pakistan. You see, there is a big problem for the non-observing occupational health and safety rule at workplace. This is a big issue. As well as there is a big issue of the violation of the freedom of association, ILO Convention 97 and 98. Now I hope there is a two big organization. Those are working for the protection of the rights of the worker. One is the ITUC and the other is WFTU. WFTU is very old before the ITUC. But you see, there is a big victimization of workers. All members of the governing body of the ILO worker group, they all belong to the ITUC. In Pakistan, they have also victimizing the workers and mix up with the employer, mix up with the government and don't protect the rights of the workers. We are facing the ban on trade union movement in banking industry. There is a 27A ordinance to stop the activity in banking industry. They have also stopped the right of organized trade union in Pakistan Railways. As well as we are facing a lot of problems, but we are thankful. WFTU President Secretary General, Brother Mavrikos, all the time we send him any request, we send him any victimization of the workers in Pakistan. We have got already very response from the WFTU. I think we as a trade union, it is our duty to protect the fundamental rights of the workers, and we announce our full assurance to work with the WFTU because we are the oldest affiliate in Pakistan, and it is an honor for us. Our brother, our comrade, George Mavrikos visited Pakistan on our request, and that was the first Secretary General of the WFTU in the formation of Pakistan. Has visited Pakistan and met some trade union leaders, and that's very encouraging step for our workers that the main leadership of the WFTU visited Pakistan. And I assure that we always working irrespective of race, religion, respect the trade union rights all around the world. I appeal to all of you. You please fight together. Otherwise, no can save the fundamental rights of the working community in all around the world. I appreciate the brother Mavrikos and all leaders of the WFTU for this holding this 18th World Congress and assure our full cooperation in future. Thank you very much. I just have some gift for Brother Mavrikos because we have also one the leader of the USB. We have two gifts and we just present them. And thank you again for your personal help. Please come on the stage.
Pierpaolo. Per Pierpaolo Leonardi dov'è? No, he isn't. No, non c'è. He isn't here. Okay. Thank you, dear comrade. Paolo, non farci perdere tempo. Veloci. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Mohamed Yahya from Palestine, and after Kulikov from Russia. After.
صباح الخير لجميع الرفاق الرفاقات أعضاء منظمة
Good morning, all of you, brothers and sisters. Good morning, the podium.
الرفاق أعضاء
Brothers
المؤتمر
and
والناظرين
sisters attending.
تحية طيبة وبعد.
Best greetings.
كم نحن سعداء
We are
ونحن
very
نمثل
happy
بلدنا
to be
فلسطين
here to represent
في هذا
Palestine in
المؤتمر
this conference.
في هذا المؤتمر الذي
In this
ينعقد في
important
ظروف
conference
استثنائية
that's held in
ظروف استثنائية
extraordinary
عالمية
conditions,
التي تتبوأ إلى الأسوأ
and these conditions are
خاصة
going
في
to the
المجال
worst,
خاصة في الإطار الفلسطيني.
especially for the Palestinian people.
ينعقد هذا المؤتمر
This conference is
في ظل
held
التراجع النوعي
within
في حياة
the
وظروف
retreat
الشعب
on
الفلسطيني المكلوم.
in the life
رغم
of
كل
the
ذلك
Palestinian people.
فإننا ومن خلال هذا
In spite
المؤتمر
of all these
لدينا
situations,
الإصرار
we
على
are
إيصال
very
رسالة
keen
عمالنا في
to
فلسطين
pass our
من
message
خلال هذا المؤتمر
to pass
ومن
out
خلال
the
هذا الاتحاد
Palestinians'
المناضل
message to
لاتحاد
this
النقابات
conference.
العالمي. وإننا
We,
إذ نعتبر هذه الرسالة
we consider
بمثابة
this
أمانة
message
في
as
أعناقكم
as
جميعا
an
نيابة عن
important
الطبقة العاملة
message on
الفلسطينية
behalf of the Palestinian
ونيابة
working class
ومن أجل
and on
عمالكم
behalf of
فإننا
your
نحرص
workers.
دائما على أن
And
نوصل
we
هذه
are
الرسالة
all
من
the time are
خلالكم.
keen to pass this
أيها الرفاق،
message
أيتها
through you.
الرفقات،
Brothers and sisters,
أود أن أكرر
I
شكري
would like to repeat my
لتضامنكم
thanks
معنا في هذا
for your
المؤتمر
collaboration
من
with
خلال
us in this
مداخلاتكم
conference
على مدار
due to your
اليومين،
interventions
خاصة وأن عمال
in the 2
فلسطين
days, especially the
أصبحوا
Palestinian
يتعرضون
workers
بشكل يومي
face
إلى
every
الاعتقال
day
والقتل والتشريد والمطاردة،
the murder
خاصة منذ بداية عام 2022 والكيان الصهيوني هو يحاصر الفلسطينيين بكل الأشكال ويغلق جميع المنافذ التي يمر منها عمالنا متوجهين إلى أماكن عملهم داخل سوق العمل الإسرائيلي داخل الخط الأخضر الفلسطيني. يتعرضون العمال في هذه الأيام إلى إطلاق نيران حية بشكل يومي وبشكل دوري، وقد أصيب خلال هذا الشهر فقط 8 عمال وحالتهم تكاد بين الخطر والمتوسطة من خلال إطلاق النار عليهم نتيجة عبورهم أو محاولتهم للعبور من أجل كسب لقمة العيش لأبنائهم وأطفالهم. ناهيكم عن الاعتداءات اليومية على مقدساتنا الإسلامية والمسيحية واقتحام المسجد الأقصى المبارك مما شكل خطرا وبداية لتنفيذ مخطط صهيوني جديد هو تقسيم المقدسات الإسلامية كما فعلها من قبل.
in order to divide Palestine as they did before. And the break in Al-Aqsa Mosque is something very bad really indeed, and it's a violation of all standards and all practices made by this Zionist identity. And now we are greeting our people and the people in Jerusalem and all the women and the young men there. And we are expressing our solidarity with all of them, especially those who are standing near the Al-Aqsa Mosque, who are facing the Zionist attacks, and they are facing oppression. They are just confronting them without any weapons. Even the women, they were chasing the enemy, and they threw stones over them to dismiss them from the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We saw through TV and the internet that these women are respected for what they have done, and we would like to salute them, and we express our solidarity with all those women who protect the Islamic bodies. I would like to tell you that the Palestinian workers now, they are living in a period where there is a retreat in trade union rights and the social dialogue and the social dialogue strategies and the mechanism. This is due to the current situation the Palestinian peoples are facing and live and work and live. And this forms a retreat in the rights and workers' rights and interests. So we invite the conference to restructure the solidarity strategies to support the Palestinian people, and so they cope with the current situation, the bad situation our workers are living in now. We would like support to be the same amount at the suffering our people are facing. And we also ask our WFTU to double its strategy and the plans to support the Palestinian people.
والعمل على تدعيمها بالمرجعيات العمالية الوطنية العاملة في الميدان وبين العمال الفلسطينيين.
To be in the field among working class.
وأخيرا إننا نعرب عن تضامننا مع كل عمال العالم الذين يتعرضون للاضطهاد من الأطراف الإمبريالية ومن الأطراف الرأسمالية في العالم، وخاصة إننا ننحني إجلالا وإكبارا لعمالنا إخواننا في سوريا وفي لبنان وليبيا واليمن وعمال فنزويلا ونيكاراغوا وغيرها من كافة الدول والمواقع التي يتعرضون فيها العمال إلى هذه إلى أدوات الإمبريالية والأبرتايد.
And apartheid. We also, as a Palestinian,
نعاهدكم في نهاية كلمتي بأننا سنبقى على العهد صامدون، بأننا سنكون كعمال فلسطين نقاوم كل الاحتلال بكافة أشكاله، وسنبقى كما عهدتمونا ولن نتراجع عن هذا النهج النضالي، لأننا تعلمنا هذا النهج النضالي من خلالكم، وأن دعمكم هو الذي سيؤدي بنا إلى مضاعفة النضال. سنبقى نناضل كما عهدتمونا، لكننا نأمل دعمكم أكثر. سنبقى نناضل حتى إقامة دولتنا الفلسطينية وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. عاش الاتحاد العالمي، عاش عمال فلسطين، عاش عمالنا الأحرار.
Long live WFTU.
أقدم فقط هذه الهدية الرمزية لرفيق جورج مافريكس.
To present Mr. George Mavrikos a small gift.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Comrade Kulikov from Russia. And after Comrade Ulises, General Secretary of CTC Cuba.
Добрый день, братья и сестры. Уважаемые товарищи, от имени Союза профсоюзов России,
on behalf of the trade of the Union of Trade Unions of Russia, hereinafter referred to as SPR, I welcome the participants of the Congress. We gratefully accepted the invitation to the Congress, especially in the current difficult time, as we know that on your part we will find an objective approach to assessing the situation, an unbiased opinion in the conditions of the information war. Participation in events of the WFTU of different levels is always a good school of trade union solidarity, representing a free part of the trade union movement of Russia. At today's forum, I cannot ignore that the events taking place in Ukraine and the situation around these events. The position of the Union of Trade Unions of Russia on the events in Ukraine has remained unchanged all these years. We proceed from the fact that in the modern history of mankind, all conflicts, political, economic and military, had their origins in the rivalry of national and supranational capitals for influence, for resources, for power and zones of influence. In this scenario, the interests of working people are completely ignored. The events of February this year are the result of unresolved imperialist contradictions, the crisis of US economic and political hegemony. And successfully striving to maintain its world leadership and become the main beneficiary of this conflict, America is fueling it with arms supplies and funding, drawing NATO countries into the conflict, and at the same time cynically declaring that the war will continue to the last Ukrainian. Today, we have a direct military clash of two concepts of the world order. One is based on the unipolar domination of a single force. The other is based on the right of peoples to independent development and independent choice of their own path. Most recently, actions against the supply of NATO weapons to the zone of armed conflict have been held in many countries of the world. People understand that it is impossible to put out a fire by pouring gasoline on it. In my opinion, time itself and the events taking place in the present give a chance for a working man to redeclare to the whole world about his strength, a strength capable of influencing the international economy, national governments and corporations in his own interests. A strength capable of protecting not only its own rights and interests, but also changing the balance of power and influence in the international arena. WFTU is capable of pursuing an independent policy oriented towards the interests of the working people and their economic well-being. I am sure that our association will not become an instrument of influence in the hands of US imperialism on the model of the ITUC. Now, ITUC, through the membership organization of the International Transport Workers' Federation, is beginning to block ships through the unions of dockers belonging to the ITF, according to the nationality of the crews. Dear comrades, we are well aware that one of the fundamental principles of the activities of the WFTU is the struggle for peace and friendship among peoples against imperialist wars. And therefore, we believe that the World Federation of Trade Unions, positioning itself as a class-oriented, uniting democratic, independent, international association, should today take responsibility for launching a broad international campaign of work and solidarity against fascism, which has again raised its head in United Europe, against the power of international companies inciting another partition world, for the national interests of the peoples, in defense of the social and labor rights of the working man. The Union of Trade Unions of Russia appeals to the leaders of all public associations and non-governmental organizations to mobilize public opinion around the world to ensure peace, which is possible only under conditions of guarantees of equal security. At the NATO summit in July 2016, Russia was recognized as the main security threat to NATO, and its deterrence was officially proclaimed a new NATO mission. As long as there is an international organization whose goal is a military confrontation, the world will always be in danger. Given the fundamental difference in views on the class nature of the trade unions of the WFTU and the ITUC, we must expand our influence by taking the initiative and working with workers in various sectors of the economy. In this regard, I would like to propose an initiative to create a maritime subsection in the structure of the transport section of the WFTU. TUI, Transport, Fisheries and Communication, with a subsequent proposal to include its representative in the special tripartite committee in accordance with Article 13 of the ILO Convention on Maritime Labour. For the entire period of its existence, the SPR has always adhered to the principle of international solidarity of workers, which is the basis of peace between peoples. Over the past time, the SPR, together with the Russian communists, are part of the MCP. I am sure that the trade union leaders of Brazil, India, South Africa, represented at our Congress, will be able to insist that representatives of the SPR, a member of the WFTU, be involved in the BRICS events. This will contribute to a significant improvement in the situation of the working people of Russia, the development of their truly class trade unions. SPR is confident that the solidarity actions of WFTU, primarily in the countries that are members of the BRICS, as well as in countries that are today part of the so-called entire civilized world, but adhering to objective positions, will put a reliable barrier to imperialist aggression on labor rights and freedom of the majority of the world's population.
который проходил в Индии, в работе Международного конгресса глобального отраслевого строительного профсоюза UITBB, а также в 12-м Конгрессе профсоюза революционных работников Турции, наземного, сухопутного, воздушного и железнодорожного транспорта. В марте 2020 года в Каире наше объединение было представлено на учредительном конгрессе Международного объединения профсоюзов текстильщиков, швейников, кожевников, отраслевом секторе Всемирной Федерации профсоюзов. В феврале 2022 года по приглашению Союза профсоюзов России и его членской организации Российского профсоюза металлистов в Россию
of the speech is over.
В Россию прибыла делегация профсоюза металлистов Египта. За предпандемийные 2018-2019 годы руководители СПР принимали у себя информационные и официальные делегации руководителей профсоюзов 4 крупнейших провинций Китая. Взаимодействуют с нашими товарищами из Индии и не только. И еще последнее предложение для нашей организации. Как известно, в регулярных саммитах БРИКС принимают участие представители профобъединений, входящих в БРИКС. К сожалению, правительство России приглашает только на это мероприятие только 2 профцентра, ФНПР и КТР. Они оба входят в Международную конфедерацию профсоюзов. Уверен, что представляемые на нашем съезде лидеры профсоюзов Бразилии, Индии, ЮАР смогут настоять на том, чтобы к участию в мероприятиях БРИКС привлекались и представители нашего профобъединения. Это будет содействовать существенному улучшению положения трудящихся России, развитию их подлинно классовых профсоюзов. СПР уверен в том, что солидарные действия профсоюзов ВФП, в первую очередь в странах, входящих в БРИКС, а также в странах, входящих сегодня в так называемый весь цивилизованный мир, но придерживающихся объективных позиций, поставят надлежащий заслон империалистической агрессии на трудовые права и свободы большинства населения земного шара. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Ulises, General Secretary of CTC Cuba, and after Badal Khan, Bangladesh.
Compañeros de la mesa presidencial,
comrades,
deseo expresar en primer lugar el agradecimiento de la delegación cubana por las múltiples muestras de solidaridad y apoyo que hemos recibido de la inmensa mayoría de los compañeros aquí presentes ante el lamentable accidente ocurrido ayer en el Hotel Saratoga de La Habana, que hasta las más recientes noticias ha ocasionado 22 compatriotas fallecidos y más de 40 heridos. Muchas gracias. Estimados camaradas de lucha,
esteemed comrades,
reciban el saludo
receive our greetings,
solidario y fraterno
our solidarity and
de la
fraternal
Central de
greetings
Trabajadores de Cuba y
from
sus
the
sindicatos
CTC,
nacionales, desde donde
from where
ratificamos
we ratify
la inquebrantable
the
decisión de
unbreakable
mantenernos
decision
fieles
to
a los
maintain
principios
ourselves
fundacionales de la
dedicated to
Federación
the
Sindical
principles
Mundial,
of the
de luchar
WTU,
por la unidad,
to struggle for unity,
consolidar la práctica de un
consolidate
sindicalismo
the practice of
clasista
a class
y alcanzar
trade unionism,
una permanente
and to have a
movilización
permanent
y batalla
mobilization
ante la patronal
before the
por la
bosses
defensa de los
for the
derechos de los
defense of the
trabajadores.
rights of workers.
Asistimos a este foro
We assist this
en
forum
un contexto desafiante.
in a defined
Se
context.
agudizan las múltiples crisis del
The crises of
capitalismo
capitalism are
derivadas
acute.
del excluyente e
They
injusto
derive from
orden
injustice,
económico
the
internacional
unjust
imperante,
order that
el deterioro del medio
rules,
ambiente
the
y la
deterioration
manipulación
of the climate,
imperialista
of
de los organismos internacionales para cumplimentar agendas de dominación
the
política.
agendas, the dominating
La pandemia
agendas of
provocada
international
por la
organisms.
COVID-19, que por más
The
de 2
pandemic
años nos ha
for more than
afectado,
that has for more than 2 years
continúa
affected
con su
us,
efecto devastador
continues with
en
its
el ámbito
devastating
laboral.
effect in terms of
Murieron
labor.
millones de personas,
Millions
una
have
parte
died.
importante, trabajadores.
A large part
Aumentó la
workers.
precarización o cierre total de los empleos, así
Employment has
como la
been
ausencia
precarious
de las
or have been
prestaciones
lost,
sociales.
putting social
Lo
pressures.
anterior constituye
Previously,
un
this
ejemplo
is
inequívoco
a clear
de la
example of
insostenibilidad
the
del modelo
unsustainability
neoliberal
of
y su
neoliberalism
maquinaria mediática
and its
que
media
trata de
propaganda
privarnos de la historia
that tries to
y de los
rob our
valores
history,
identitarios de nuestro pueblo.
rob the history of
La
our people.
mayoría de las muertes por
The
COVID
death by
pudieron
COVID
prevenirse
could have been
y
prevented
evitarse.
and avoided.
Las 11.000
The 11
millones de
million
dosis de vacunas
of
producidas
vaccines
bastarían hoy
would have been
para
enough
inmunizar a
to
toda la humanidad.
immunize all of
Sin embargo,
humanity.
se han empleado
But there has,
para el lucro desmedido
but for the
y voraz
profit
de las
of the
transnacionales
transnational
farmacéuticas.
pharmacy
A
companies
77 años de la fundación de la
have benefited only
Federación
from the
Sindical
vaccine.
Mundial, que
From
se
many
cumplimentarán
decades
el
of the
venidero mes de
WTU
octubre, y a 6
that shall be
de su
reached in
anterior
October,
Congreso,
and from its
consideramos que
previous
se
Congress,
avanzó en la
we
ejecución
consider
de las
that we have
proyecciones
advanced
y objetivos
in our objectives,
acordados. Y al mismo
and
tiempo
at the same
se
time,
consolidó
it-
el liderazgo
the
de
leadership
la
has been
organización.
consolidated.
Sin
In spite of that, there are new challenges in the current situation that make it necessary that we reach a consensus from the democratic debate be derived from a platform of actions that permits us to work with an integral and dynamic work to confront with more stability and effectiveness our trade union battles. Comrades in arms, Cuba exists for its present and future. It continues building a sovereign society, democratic, of social justice and equality. Yet the sustained policy of blockade economic and financial blockade that has become worse, that have been unilateral, adopted by the government of Trump and continued by Biden, that provoke a high level of scarcity of basic needs in our people, making speculative prices that reduces the purchasing power of workers. The blockade, and this is necessary to understand, is the main weapon, main tool to subdue the internationalist spirit of the Cuban people. This hostile policy constitutes a flagrant and systematic violation of human rights of all the Cuban nation. It is rejected and condemned by the immense majority of the world and by all of those that defend peace, sovereignty, and self-determination of the peoples. The blockade is a genocidal act against humanity and the main obstacle against development. In the middle of the difficult circumstances, the Cuban people has maintained its noble tradition to the medical collaboration and other sectors, and to share what the little they have, with no more need but to help others, practicing its solidarity, the solidarity cooperation between peoples and its working class is the only way to consolidate the political consolidation and integration. The Cuban workers wish to thank the moral and material support of trade union organizations, many present here, to materialize that help. We know that we have had to sacrifice a lot and had many difficulties. We reaffirm that this forum shows the solidarity with the Bolivarian Revolution of Venezuela and the Sandinista Nicaragua. We support the legitimate right of Argentina to have its sovereignty held over the Falkland Islands, and to support the peoples of Palestine, of Syria, and the Sahrawi. We also greet the USB, thanking their work to realize this Congress. I finally take this moment to agree to the 412 agreement that to Comrade George Mavricos the Medal of Solidarity of Cuba for his works. For his meritorious work in the international organization supporting Cuba and denouncing the blockade to which we are submitted. And his sustained trade union action against imperialism and the defense of socialism and peace. You, Comrade Mavricos, you have our full thanks of the workers of Cuba. Long live the WFTU. Until victory, always. Long live, long live.
Viva Cuba! Viva Cuba! Viva Cuba! Now the floor is for Badal Khan, Bangladesh, and the next Kim Boix, TUI pensioner.
Honorable Chair, Comrade Cynthia, Comrade President of WFTU, Comrade Mike Maccabi, Comrade General Secretary, Comrade Malbikos, and my heartiest dear and friends and comrades. First of all, I like to grateful to WFTU arrange this situation 18 World Congress. I also congratulate USB. In this period, we know pandemic COVID-19 is still going on. So I like to thank also USB. Dear comrades and friends, for the last 77 years, WFTU working for working class all over the world. Especially for Bangladesh and WFTU has historical bonds. You know, in 1971, we liberated from Pakistan regime. We fought 9 months against Pakistan. That time WFTU collection subscription from all over the world from workers, and they give that subscription to our exile government. In that time, our exile government placed was India. Dear comrades, our Trade Union Federation, our Bangladesh working class, our total people still remember WFTU 1971 to till today. Near about 6.3 million people died in last 30 months COVID pandemic. We deeply condolences these people. I have to say a small few words about Ukraine and Russian unequal war. Already many people killed and many people displaced. Inflation has gone up and commodity price already beyond reach of common people. Impact of US sanction will affect the global economy, slow down many things, increase unemployment, oil price has gone very high, market without containing Ukraine war. The world is now more unstable than before. Russia attacked Ukraine, intimidate with extension of NATO towards East. Ukraine has the right to live in peace and security, but Ukraine existing authorities' willingness to join NATO created the situation. US and NATO bloc used Ukraine against Russia. US and NATO countries are selling billions dollars and armaments Ukraine to resistance, fear of the prolong this war. For the sake of peace and humanity, the war should be stopped immediately. We would urge the direct talks with Mr. Putin and Mr. Zelensky. Yesterday, our General Secretary told about Bangladeshi garments workers, you know, 2013, there's Rana Plaza disaster. 1,500 garments workers already died in that accident. But we demand from that time these people, there are about 4,000 and 5,000 people were distressed from their job, lost their job, they were injured, still they are unable to move. Not only Rana Plaza, health place, workplace is highly risky in Bangladesh, you know. Recently, last 5 months ago, Sojib Corporation, Juice Factory, they registered 109 workers bound in that accident. You know, our country, like Bangladesh, EPZ, Export Processing Zone, there is no trade union right. They have no organized, they have not built a trade union organization and federation. I want to say something, yesterday, ILO director, ILO officials speak there. In this position, ILO has no role in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, ILO always ring with ITUC. When they make program, ITUC was big role in Bangladesh. But WFTU is ignored by ILO in Bangladesh. ILO is very much linked with ITUC in Bangladesh. I think it is whole over the world also.
No, this is the time.
You know, in the end of 1980s, when Soviet Union fall, when socialist...
Time,
okay.
Please. Time, please.
Okay. Socialist world fall. From that time, trade union in our country, peasants organization, NGOs has taken this position. WF2 has clear declaration, we have to fight also NGOs and civil society also. But it is not, it is our work. It is trade union organization work. This position controlled by right now NGOs and civil society. Time is short. Thank you very much. Long live revolution. Long live working class unity. Long live WF2. Viva WF2.
Thank you. The next is Kim Boyks, TUI pensioner, and after him, Comrade Garbin, Lab Basque Country.
Sigue
Managing between countries and regional offices, so please be short, and if there are problems to talk, you can understand the reason. So,
Camaradas.
Comrades, as the collective leadership of the TUIF pensioners, we should first like to greet all the delegations present here, which they attend virtually, and especially the USB Union, that which its militancy and great combativeness has made this Congress possible. We approve the reflections and proposals that have been submitted to debate by the leadership elected at the 17th Congress. We value very positively the task carried out for more than 16 years by Comrade George Mavrikos as General Secretary of the WFTU. For more than 16 years by Comrade George Mavrikos, it shall be remembered as the recuperation of an anti-imperialist character and class character of the WFTU. Our TUI, born in April 2011, by decision of the 16th Congress, feels closely linked to the class struggle that drives the WFTU. We bring together working people in the last stage of life, in the stage of passive workers after having fought for decades as active workers. We are transversal structure. This is nourished by trade unionists from all productive and service sectors. The members of the other TUI will end their union struggle by reinforcing the struggles of our TUI of pensioners and retirees. We are continuators of the very important battles given by class syndicalism in the 40s of the last centuries, after the creation of the WFTU, and we seek to give continuity to the unity of the class in the face of the capitalist enemy. We want to extend to the entire world working class the achievements of the Bolshevik Revolution. let us remember that one of the first laws that Lenin signed in 1917 was the generalization of the right to pensions for all people, including its right for the first time to peasants and women who had only done domestic work. We know and explain, reinforcing the necessary ideological struggle, that we only put an end to the exploitation that is practiced in the most of the countries of the planet if we destroy, except countries like Cuba that construct socialism. We only will achieve this by destroying capitalism and building socialism. Only in this way will imperialist wars, such as the current, pass, and those that our class enemy will promote until we wake up and disappear it. Comrades, we welcome to the Congress a positive balance of our workers as TUI. We are already preparing our third Congress, which we will do in Asia or Africa. We are holding the second regional conferences of our organization in America, realized in Cuba already last week. I wish to also greet the CTC for its hospitality and help for this conference. Another part, in Africa, we wish first in Europe, in Monaco, former socialist countries, in Moscow, which will be virtually. We are looking for an Arab country and an African country that can assume the celebration of the regional conferences. The Asia will be done in India. We are distributing examples of a brochure of our TUI that is published in 4 languages, the 4 languages of this Congress. In this pamphlet, we have a letter of Comrade Mavrikos to all the WFTU to ask for all trade unions to organize their pensioners. It is a moment also of the reality that pensioners live. A brief moment is also to provide the solidarity with more than 400 organizations from the 5 continents. It is at your disposition, this pamphlet at the entrance, but you may ask me for them. We have edited hundreds of copies of this document so that it can help the realization of these conferences and our next Congress. We also bring to this Congress a motion for a resolution, which we hope to be approved unanimously, in which we denounce the privatization of everything public, which drives our class enemy. In particular, we denounce the private pensions that Pinochet, as example, as an introduction of capitalism, which was begun by Pinochet in Chile and is now introduced in all the countries in disguised forms, sometimes through collective bargaining, as is the case of the Austrian backpack or the private pensions of the Spanish Basque Country. The privatization of pensions is a new attempt by capitalism to overcome its increasingly frequent and repeated structural crisis of systemic origin. Carlos Marx already predicted them, and the galloping inflation we are now experiencing confirms them. They want to monopolize, as private money, the social security contributions of the wage earners of capitalist countries. It is a large sum of money that exceeds what all the private banks on the planet own. Once again, and it's shown that only with the unity of struggle of the entire working class, adding active workers and passive workers, those us who are already retired, will it be possible to put an end to the unjust distribution of wealth, today monopolized in fewer and fewer hands. Comrades, long live the 18th Congress. Long live international proletarianism. Long live the WFTU. Long live the working class. Long live socialism. Long live. I will turn in this book that prolongs and is presented to George Mavrikos, which is the work of years to retake the class-based trade unionism in Spain. And we will contribute it to the WFTU so that it is understood that trade unionism in Spain has existed for as much as the WFTU. Thank you, comrade.
Is Comrade Garbin, Lab Basque Country, and after Cora Lazam, Cyprus.
Compañeros, compañeras,
Comrades, a revolutionary greetings from the Basque Country. First, I would like to thank the WFTU and the host, USB, the organizing of this Congress, and in successful Congress. In reality, this Congress is marked by the uncertainty of imperialist policies, of neoliberal policies, the crisis of 2008, the pandemic, and a conflict in Syria, in Libya, and also Ukraine. As the Basque people did in the LAR, resisted the NATO, and we say no to imperialist wars. We defend an international position that is against war, that puts life first. International relations that respects the sovereignty of countries, of peoples. We see that the context is changing, but the foundation does not change, because the foundation is capitalism, an unviable system ecologically that shows its limitedness, and a system that is socially unjust. Social inequalities are shown to be at their greatest in human history. This international context, profoundly heteropatriarchal, Europe is a socially failed project, a project that is at the service of capital and their states. Neoliberal policies are what are imperative here. The precarization, the poverty continues to extend. Public services are dismantled. Women have more obligations. And of course, it is even worse in the impoverished countries. There is a change of rent to work and profits to companies. This is a robbing that we must combat. And in this context, even in spite of our distinctions, there is an axis of fascism and ultra-right that continues to gain power with populist discourse. We take this occasion to give homage to the assassinated comrades in Rome by the Nazis. The persecution against women increases. On the advancing feminism, many conservatives and rightists go against what are considered gender ideology, ignoring the oppression by men and the protagonism of women. The European states are applying racist migration policies. We need to add the xenophobic and racist rhetoric of the right, a discourse that goes against the racialized and discriminated immigrant women. And clearly this divides the working class. And so we see that the states are using their power coercively and going against national liberation movements. We could extend the discussion of the context, and we will not negate it, but the challenges of trade unionism are very difficult, that we must confront with reality, connecting with workers and their reality, practicing the trade unionism that is feminist, powerful, anti-racist, and sovereign. It requires us to educate the working class. We need to understand that the alternative is possible. An alternative must change from the bottom, from the root, to build a new model with life at its center. The class trade unions must propose transformative policies before the poverty and generalized marginalization. We must have policies of redistribution. LAP considers this as a three-part redistribution policies. We must include the works of care to reduce the working day without the reduction of salary. We must redistribute the wealth by increasing salaries, reinforcing public services, and having a different tax system that does not benefit those who have more, that does not benefit the oligopolies and the profits of companies. These are policies to redistribute wealth. And so the opposing trade unionism says that we must consider that we cannot build an alternative without conflict. It will be a permanent dispute. We must go away from the trade unionism of conciliatoriness, as we have seen in the Spanish state. A reform that does not reduce rights and that perpetuates precariousness. We must also consider that we must recognize the self-determination of peoples and the limiting acts of the UN with Palestine and the Western Sahara. Long live the Free Sahara. I would like to mention the role of WFTU in its 70 years at the service of the working class and of the oppressed peoples. It has struggled for the national liberation across the world, and it continues defending the working class of the oppressed peoples. That's why we are proud to be part of the WFTU. Long live the WFTU. Long live the class struggle. And now, you want to turn in a gift to the General Secretary, George Mavrikos, for the work he has carried out in these last decades.
Thank you, comrade. The floor is for Comrade Cora Lazam, Cyprus. And the next, Valentin Pacho, Peru.
Dear comrades, friends, colleagues, and class brothers and sisters, on behalf of affiliated trade unions of WFTU, which are struggling in the north of divided Cyprus, and DEVISH, Federation of Revolutionary Workers' Trade Unions, greeting all of you with most intimate feelings, and we wish success to the 18th success of WFTU. In addition, thanks to Italy USB Union for doing such a great organization that hosting us. We salute and respect the Italian class-oriented community that they are struggling against exploitation of the capitalist system. The geography that we are living in, the imperialist and capitalist system are experiencing the people and the workers only war, death, tears, migration, unemployment, poverty, racism, and discrimination. Via this international meeting, once again, we condemn all the dirty wars in our region and in the world, extend our solidarity with the oppressed and exploited workers. Comrades, at this period that the capital increased their attack to the laborers' rights all over the world, human rights of workers are disregarded by neoliberal politics. Substantially, trade unions' power of decaying by subcontract, flexible working, temporary working, coordinated working, and by means of that kind of disorganized manner of work, they start to bring labor rights to the level of rock bottom. Capitalists and financiers converting the crisis that inflicted by their own deadlock to opportunity. They are pointing workers as a target and making out the invoice of the crisis to the laborers by downgrading their rights and disemployment. No Cyprus, the place that Turkish Cypriots living in, although nevertheless appeared out of the world, the capitalists alleges the crisis as an excuse and doing the same attack. In the north of Cyprus, the colonization and assimilation policies being implemented by Turkish governments. The presence of the Turkish Cypriots' identity, culture, and social life is under threat. Social assets of Cypriots and the most basic human rights, like water, are being given away to the Turkish capital under the name of the privatization. Governments in Turkey, pretending as no Cyprus IMF, snobbing even ILO agreement, imposes programs that prohibit by law even acquired via collective agreements. For instance, past and job bond law comprise reduced salaries by half, narrow down social security benefit, raise social security contributions, and heightening retirement age. In spite of that, they provide various opportunities to the capitalists. For example, death interest forgiveness to employers who didn't reimburse social security interest forgiveness to employers who didn't reimburse social security contributions. Privatize state economic enterprises with the politics on capital side and disperse to the patrons. The transported population from Turkey to North Cyprus, spoiling our demographic structure and placing Turkish Cypriots under guardianship. Unchecked population brings economic, social distortion and criminal damages with them and causes chaos in health and education field at the same time. Unregistered employees and unregistered employers block syndication. Therefore, they block employment in humane condition. When we turn back to the damage of the capitalism in general, hunger, unemployment, and migration are growing like a plague. As a result of the events in our world, millions of people are worrying about the future. This situation cannot be destiny. If the people starve, unemployed, and they can risk their own life for better future via migrating by sandals or in a truck containers, they need to struggle to change this situation. And this struggle should be in organized structure. We know very well that one of our most powerful weapons against exploitation, imperialist wars, neoliberal attacks, the injustice and oppressions of the governments go through the struggle with the class brothers and sisters all around the world. Strong and effective international class solidarity makes us stronger in our struggle. As Comrade Ralph Chaplin put it in the famous labor song Solidarity Forever, they never taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscles, not a single wheel can turn. When we break down their hold to power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us stronger. Solidarity forever. Long live to WFTU. Long live our class-based struggle. Long live solidarity for the working class.
Long live. Thank you, Comrade Valentin Pacho. And get ready, Caroline Franz Valdemar.
Appreciated comrades of the Presidium, respected comrades of the USB of Italy. We reunite now in the 18th Congress in very difficult conditions, but charged with enthusiasm and moral force to confront the difficulties, because the history of the working class is of phases of retreat and advances, but never do we surrender. Comrades, today will be my last intervention as the Presidential Council of our dear WFTU. We must give a path to the new generation, even though it is emotional, because I will not be able to see my comrades of Asia, of Middle East, and of my great country, and of my great homeland, Latin America, with whom I have shared with my trade unionists, but I've learned a lot from them. I participated for the first time in 1987, representing the CGTP in the Congress of the WFTU in Berlin, capital of the remembered democratic German Republic. In that Congress, we could see the influence of perestroika and glasnost, implemented by the President Mikhail Gorbachev, that created hopes in that he would perfect socialism. But in 1990, it was crucial. The offensive of imperialism, the governments of the socialist parties and governments were defeated. And the Democratic German Republic was turned in by Gorbachev, surrendered by Gorbachev. And the Eastern Socialist countries were disaffiliated from the WTO. In that context, the 12th Congress was held in Moscow in 1990. Seeing Central Park, the trade unions of Soviet trade unions still affiliated, since the Soviet Union in that moment was still the socialist power, and so it still created confidence. But the debates of the 12th Congress were very complex in many important topics, such as the unity of trade unions and the class struggle, because you could see the influence of perestroika, creating documents and plan of actions. And in the new General Council, in that moment called General Council, by Ibrahim Zakaria of South Africa and Alexander Sharikov as representative of the Soviet trade unions. And for vice presidents were from the 5 continents. And from Latin America, I remember Comrade Pedro Ros from the CTC of Cuba. And from the CGTP, I who speaks. The regional office of Latin America. In the next year, the Soviet Union collapsed. And so the Soviet trade unions also left the WTO. Comrades, the dissolution of the Soviet Union was a tragedy for humanity. It was a tough hit to the working class, to the democratic forces of the left, and the strong impact of the WFTU. Imperialism and the rest of the workers announced that socialism ended, and that the WFTU was also to be dissolved. And today, the other confederation also considered itself the only international center. But that did not occur, because in the 13th Congress in Syria, being the remembered General Federation of the Trade Unions of Syria, ratified the struggle for the WFTU, the class struggle, the decision to resist. And so, in 1991 to 2000, it was the phase of resistance by the CGTP. And so under these conditions, we reached 2000 to the 14th Congress of the WFTU in New Delhi. Being the host, the remembered comrades of AITU. And in the following years, it shared responsibilities with the WFTU in the realized Congress in Havana in 2005 to recuperate the WFTU, being elected the new Presidential Council led by George Mavrikos. In the following years, it was ratified in the 16th Congress to the 17th Congress, 16th in Athens and 17th in Durban in South Africa. To end, comrades, I would like to give tribute to the comrades that have died of the WFTU, with which I shared common struggles in difficult times, such as Comrade Ibrahim Hufta Imrahenda from the AITU, India, Comrade Isdin Nasser of Syria, Comrade from Cyprus, Comrade Debril from Senegal, Comrade Ibrahim Zakaria from Sudan, and Comrade Ramon Cardona from the CTC, Comrade Komal Chan of Guyana, and other comrades that I do not remember. But all of them will always be my reference point. Long glory to them. My gratitude to the comrades that continue in activities. From them I have learned from all of you. I end by saying to Comrade George Mavrikos, to tell him that it was an honor to have worked beside him. As long as the working class, the class struggle continues, the WFTU is fundamental. Long live the WFTU, comrades. Long live internationalism. Long live, long live. Viva.
Muchas gracias, compañero. Caroline Franz Valdemar, and get ready, George Perros, Pame Gris.
Chers camarades, membres.
Dear comrades, members of the Presidium of the WFTU, dear comrades of the USB, dear General Secretary, it's a great honor for us to represent our trade union and I would like to, for the first time in this 18th Congress, and I would like to transmit our greetings of the CGT, and I thank you very much for your welcome, warm welcome. I would like to, of course, inform you that the workers also in the public sector are victims of the intensification of work as it happens all over the world. We are victims of socialist dumping and of the attack of the bourgeois class in France. The big multinationals in France have created a military and a capitalist state, an imperialist state sustained by the United States of America and by NATO. Despite the fact that France has always been, during the 19th and 20th century, a forerunner and a pioneer in the area of human rights and the protection of the rights of workers, our system right now, for which we have been very proud, has started to deteriorate. The time of work, of course, that is why we want now to eradicate a lot of things that had already happened in the past. In the past, it's, for example, more access and wider access to public health, to pensions, etc., etc. Unfortunately, the time has turned in France, and this is obvious. This was obvious also during the time of the pandemic, where the working class has become more vulnerable. The work has become more precarious, and access to the rights to the rights of workers has become more difficult. The average salary of France is lower than in many other European states. The CGT has well plunged into reformism and reaction, and this is obvious by the discussion to join the SAE and the SSE. Today, we are urging our leaders to turn into a trade unionism, class trade unionism, and we have already achieved with great success links with international trade union movements, among which the FSM. Unfortunately, our confederation still does not respect our urges and our intentions. We, however, are decided to work with the international trade union movement, and especially with all those who sustain and respect our orientation, which is a class struggle. The awakening of a class struggle in France is possible thanks to the work that the WFTU undertakes in every country in order to awake and consolidate the class principles of struggle. We should not compromise with reformist trade unions, with the neoliberalism and socio-liberalism, and we should follow on the path opened and paved by the WFTU. we have to organize training for new workers, for new trade unionists, teaching them our principles in order for them to take our place in the future. We sustain all the workers, men and women, migrant workers who take the brunt of the oppression and of the exploitation of the capitalist employers, and we urge them to urge all the trade unions to affiliate them with the WFTU. We have, in this respect, sustained a lot of migrants and a lot of countries suffering under capitalist attacks, such as Palestine, Syria, and Cuba, where we have sent tons of medical and agroalimentary products. Dear comrades, this 18th Congress brings hope, mainly for the class fight, and it shows that class workers have to understand where the interests lie. A few days ago, we have been 15,000 in France, gathering to honor our comrade who in May 1968 died to support the principles of a class fight. Dear comrades, we are proud to belong to the WFTU that does not compromise with the leading class, with the employers. Long live the anti-capitalist WFTU, the anti-imperialist WFTU. Long live working class solidarity.
J'ai un présent à l'attention de nos camarades.
I have now a gift to our organizers and also to our General Secretary, George, for his support and for his continued support and for his work all these years. Here it is for you, George.
Thank you, comrade. Now the floor is for George Perros, Greece, PAME. The next one, Etienne Mouzavou, Gabon.
Αγαπητές και αγαπητοί σύντροφοι, εκ μέρους των ταξικών συνδικάτων της Ελλάδας, του Πανεργατικού Αγωνιστικού Μετώπου, χαιρετίζουμε το 18ο συνέδριο της Παγκόσμιας Συνδικαλιστικής Ομοσπονδίας και ευχαριστούμε τη USB για την φιλοξενία σε αυτές τις δύσκολες συνθήκες. Εκφράζουμε την αλληλεγγύη μας με όλους τους λαούς που αγωνίζονται ενάντια στον υπεριαλισμό, σταθερά στο πλευρό των λαών της Παλαιστίνης, της Κούβας, της Συρίας και άλλων λαών.
Dear comrades, brothers and sisters, on behalf of the class unions of Greece, on behalf of PAME, we welcome the 18th WFTU Congress, and we thank USB for hosting it in these difficult conditions. We express our solidarity with the peoples who are fighting against imperialism, always on the side of the peoples of Palestine, of Cuba, of Syria, and all the peoples who fight against imperialism all over the world. We thank all of you, and especially the Secretariat and the Presidential Council of WFTU, for your support in the struggles of the workers of Greece. Your help and solidarity were important and crucial for our struggles and actions. Before we move on to our intervention, I would like to inform you of one last development. The Federation of Construction Workers of Greece signed a collective contract with an average increase in wages of over 25%. It is a very important success that concerns more than 100,000 workers in Greece, and it comes as a continuation of great successes in struggles of the dock workers of COSCO, of delivery workers of eFood, of sea builders, and other smaller or larger battles we fought. Of course, the situation for the workers of Greece, as in most capitalist countries of the world, remains extremely difficult and negative. The wages are at a lower level than that they were 15 years ago, while the cost of living, the cost of energy, etc., they have skyrocketed. A series of rights, such as working time, social insurance, trade union organization, our right to go on strike, they suffer huge attacks. But you will allow us not to speak on the situation in Greece, but to focus on the function, the possibilities of the World Federation of Trade Unions. PAME has supported WFTU since our foundation. 17 years ago, PAME took over the hosting of the headquarters of WFTU in Athens. We allocated resources, cadres and staff for its operation. In 2011, we hosted the 16th World Trade Union Congress in Athens, and also a number of TUI meetings, committees, Europe meetings, international thematic events. In 2005, the WFTU had about 40 million members. Today, WFTU numbers more than 100 million members all over the world. Then, WFTU had a few sectoral and regional organizations in very difficult conditions. Today, it has TUIs and regional offices in all key sectors, in all continents and regions. Of course, this was the result of the collective effort and contribution of the WFTU members organizations who for years supported and kept WFTU on its feet against the attacks of the imperialists and their mechanisms. For us, the main contribution that we consider that PAME has made during these 17 years was that we steadily, despite difficulties and obstacles, we transferred the experience and the conclusions from the struggles of the workers of Greece and Europe. We have clashed with the logic of class collaboration, the logic that a more human system of exploitation or that workers and bosses must share the consequences of the capitalist crisis. We clashed with the logic that wanted the workers to choose which bourgeois government, that is, which part of the capitalists, will exploit us. In the period of the pandemic, we broke the silence and the prohibitions against the workers' struggles, the logic of inaction and waiting, confirming in practice that the class unions have the duty, in all conditions, to be in the workplaces next to the workers, to be a pole of mobilization, of struggle and hope, because our hope lies in the struggles of the peoples. In this way, through difficulties, hard struggles, we supported the WFTU and its class characteristics. We supported the principle of the unrelenting class struggle against capitalist exploitation, against imperialism and its organizations, against NATO, the EU, the IMF. We struggled to reveal the puppets of imperialism and the multinationals inside the unions, the yellow ITUC and ETUC. Especially today, in the midst of a new imperialist war, the ITUC wants the workers to mobilize behind the NATO, USA, European Union imperialist alliance against the Russia imperialists. Workers must not be sacrificed for the wars of the imperialists. Wars for the division of the world, for the control of energy resources, transportation routes and spheres of influence. The strengthening of the workers' movement presupposes the weakening and isolation of the working class aristocracy, the agents of imperialism inside the unions such as the ITUC. With the WFTU Congress today, with the documents and the decisions that we will reach democratically and collectively, we will give all our forces for the strengthening of the global workers' movement, for the strengthening of the WFTU and the workers' struggles in every corner of the earth, in every branch and region.
Με συνδικάτα μαζικά, μαχητικά, δραστήρια, στην καθημερινή παρουσία στους χώρους δουλειάς, στις βιομηχανίες, με πίστη στις αρχές της αλληλεγγύης, του διεθνισμού, ενάντια στο ρατσισμό και την ξενοφοβία, με καθημερινό οδηγό το στόχο κάθε ταξικού συνδικάτου, τον αγώνα για μια κοινωνία χωρίς εκμετάλλευση, φτώχεια και πολέμους. Ζήτω το 18ο Παγκόσμιο Εργατικό Συνέδριο. Ζήτω η Παγκόσμια Εργατική Τάξη. Ζήτω η Παγκόσμια Συνδικαλιστική Ομοσπονδία.
With massive unions, active, militant, with daily presence in the workplaces, in the industries, with faith in the principles of solidarity, internationalism, against racism and xenophobia, with daily guide the goal of every class union, the struggle for a society without exploitation, without poverty and wars. Viva the 18th World Trade Union Congress. Viva the international working class. Viva WFTU.
Thank you. Now, comrade.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ekem Bouzabou de Gabon, du Gabon.
Chers camarades congressistes,
Dear comrades, the French-speaking Trade Union of Gabon would like to greet you and would like to thank and congratulate especially our friends from the USB for the organization of the World Trade Union Congress and our comrade George Mavrikos, who has managed to reposition the WFTU at the international level in an unexpected way. Dear comrades, we are not going to make the mistakes that have been already mentioned by our predecessors. The French-speaking office of the WFTU believes that the report is largely positive, especially thanks to the efforts undertaken by our General Secretary George Mavrikos at the international level, and we have to take this into consideration and not relax our efforts. The decision of Comrade Mavrikos to scrupulously respect the statutes of a WFTU has been a great success, especially in Africa. And the fact that the decision was taken to move the central offices of the WFTU, which we would like to congratulate. We also believe that the changes that we should change our statutes in order to allow the creation of an honorary president with rights of advising or advisory rights. The African office of the WFTU proposes the organization of a legal commission right now and make it actually execute that decision. Long live the WFTU, long live a trade unionism. Thank you very much. And now,
representing USB Italy, to take the floor and also to be followed is my Indian colleague Venkatachalam, who is the chairman of the Financial Control Committee of WFTU. Comrade Cynthia.
Dear comrade, no, sorry, but I prefer to do it in Italian. È un onore parlare per me in rappresentanza dell'Unione.
I would like to speak on behalf of the USB. It is an honor for me to do so. The historical context that we are living in is very difficult for workers, for peoples, and for trade unions that are struggling every day to defend the rights of our workers and to build a society without the exploitation of people and environment. The economic crisis and the imperialistic competition are triggering increasingly dramatic scenarios. This economic crisis is a crisis of a model, the capitalist model, which cannot be improved. It is the capitalist production method which has reached its limit. Growth is limited, and it cannot go beyond this level unless generalized war is waged with a potential nuclear risk. The only possible growth can only derive from excessive exploitation of our workforce and the exploitation of our natural resources, as well as an extreme competition of our traditional powers, the Euro-Asian powers, which are fighting against the Occidental, the Western world. In this case, this means exploiting the military force and our workforce. Value chains are being redefined, as well as exploitation boundaries that keep expanding. Our scenario is changing, and therefore we need to analyze it to make sure that we can adequate our trade unions to the new challenges that we have to face in this changing situation of our economic powers. The Ukraine war could at any time trigger nuclear conflict because the capitalist situation does not has no alternative to the current conflict. As President von der Leyen reminded us, the EU must have to face up a hyper-competitive world. This is a reminder of this. The pandemic keeps killing millions of victims in the world. We know that this health crisis has been caused not just by the virus, but also by those dismantled healthcare that has only been exploited for the sake of profiting from it. The production systems and its features has been strategic. In our countries as USB, we have mobilized ourselves with concrete actions. The workers from the airport of Pisa and Genoa, they rejected loading weapons which have been mentioned, referred to as a humanitarian aid. They have become a model for the whole world. Workers in Greece also blocked the shipping of weapons as USB. We went to squares and streets to protest against the wars. Our movement is historically against the war, and we currently daily representing that predisposition that is against the conflicts. We are indeed opposed to conflicts because conflict is precisely what the peoples of the world do not want. Capitalism can only keep striking our workers' rights by shrinking further our salaries, increasing those slave systems that are increasing the repression of those that are fighting. Trade unions are united and fight in every country against war and the exploitation it causes. We need to keep connecting our struggles in all sectors, the agri-food sector, and every other production sector. We must also keep expanding our struggles by explaining to our workers that those governments and those powers are our enemies. Lower your arms and increase our salaries. This was our slogan during our last protest on the 22nd of April. It was a really important day where our workers and our students joined forces in our squares. And as you saw, our students were here and supported us and helped us organize this Congress. Once again, we would like to thank them for their commitment. We need to strengthen our WFTU by working harder in our regional and sectoral offices. We must bring our struggles and raise our flags internationally. We must strengthen ourselves and coordinate ourselves by building common pathways on general topics and at the same time joining our struggles in our countries, because Indian and Italian peasants are living through the same type of exploitation. Long live internationalism, long live the 18th Congress, and long live WFTU.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I have a present for you on behalf of USB. To our General Secretary, George Mavrikos.
But the biggest present for me and for all of us, it was your excellent preparation for our 18th World Trade Union Congress. Art in the Soviet Union, 1960-1985.
Times will change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. On the floor of the 18th Congress of WFTU, it is the firm and enthusiastic voice of the USB Italy, the working class of Italy, and thank you for the beautiful memento. Now I invite Comrade Venkatachalam, Chairman of Financial Control Committee, to be followed by Amil from France. Get ready.
Dear Comrade, Mike, Comrade Cynthia, and members of the Presidium, our beloved General Secretary, Comrade Mavrikos, Comrade Leonardi, and dear comrades and fellow fighters. First of all, I must congratulate, and thank Comrade Leonardi and USB Italy for hosting this conference of the WFTU despite their limitations and difficulties in the present situation. It's a testimony to our conviction that a militant trade union is capable to overcome any obstacle. It's really very inspiring that they have made all these arrangements of the Congress possible. It is an inspiration that all of us need to understand that in a situation where there is all-round confrontation from the capitalists, confrontation from those who want to exploit the workers, confrontation from the monopolists and the multinational corporations, confrontation who want to plunder by any means, fair or foul, confrontation even from governments which abet and collude with the people who are attacking the workers, abetting with the employers, and also confrontation from the yellow trade unions who do everything which are injurious to the cause of the working class. But still, we can exist, we can not only exist, but today we find that we can also move forward. Secondly, I must also acknowledge with huge admiration a role played by the headquarters of the WFTU, particularly our beloved General Secretary, Comrade George Mavrikos. During this pandemic period, there was serious handicap created by the pandemic, and still W was active, it was alive, and did everything possible to keep the flag of the WFTU flying high. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the whole world was paralyzed, the whole economies of all the countries were falling flat, and there was a feeling of hopelessness everywhere, including among the trade unions. Everything appeared to be glooming. There were despair and also pessimism everywhere. At that time, Comrade Mavrikos issued that communication from the WFTU, "The king is naked," and this communication clearly exposed the inhuman character of capitalism and gave the call to rise and fight. Many trade unions, they were defunct. Many trade unions were dormant at that time, but they were clueless as to what to do. But Comrade Mavrikos did not lose the heart, and he was clear and confident that we must move and that we can move. And we have seen from the WFT was moving even during the pandemic period. We are all very proud of our militant leader, Comrade George Mavrikos. WFT has been taken back to the militant path under his dynamic leadership during his tenure. From this Congress, we must affirm and confirm this militant path if we are to justify the fundamentals of the WFTU. The world is passing through, as all of us know, a crisis, an unprecedented crisis, which all of us understand that the crisis is due to the failure of capitalism to provide answers to the problems that the people are facing today. In fact, it is the capitalism that is the reason for the problems, and so we cannot get any solution from them. The more they try to take efforts to hide the failures, the more it is becoming naked and obvious, like the increasing pregnancy of a lady. The things are very clear and obvious. Capitalism means barbarity. For the sake of profit, they will do anything and everything and go to any extent, politically, militarily, financially, socially, and they will do anything that is required to justify what they do. We have seen this during the recent pandemic. It was business as usual for them. That is why even during this period, we have seen that the rich have become more richer and the poor have lost their livelihood. The workers have lost their jobs. This pandemic is a good political teacher, as I feel, because we have experienced what is capitalism when there is even human calamity. Comrade Mavrikos was proudly saying yesterday that we have no debts and we are holding the Congress only with the workers' money. This is no doubt a great feeling. But Comrade Mike yesterday was also telling us, emphasizing that we need to ensure better funds from the WFTU. From the finance control, I have observed that there are 4 categories of union that we have as affiliates of the WFTU. One belong to very poor unions, have a lot of difficulties, and so they cannot afford to pay. But there are also very poor unions but still they want to pay, as Mavrikos was telling, whatever may be, $50, $100, $10, $40. This is second category. They are poor, but they want to be with WFTU and show their commitment, and they've been paying. The third category is the strong unions which are capable and have been always helping the WFTU financially all these years. But there is also a fourth category. They are capable, but have been reluctant to contribute to the WFTU, and that is why I feel that the first category of the union, which are poor but cannot pay, it is understandable. But the second category, which are not capable, but still they want to pay whatever they can, it is admirable. The third category, they are capable and have been contributing and helping, they are adorable. But I'm sorry, the fourth category is really deplorable. I do not want to elaborate this issue, but everything I want to say is that funds are very, very important for a dynamic, revolutionary organization like the WFTU, and I'm very sure that all of us will contribute in the days to come to strengthen the finance of the trade union. If we want the WFTU to expand its activity, if we want the WFTU to increase our influence, if we want to become more and more dominant and effective, beside more membership, beside more actions and struggles, we also need to be financially strong. And I'm very sure all of us will agree and do our best in this regard in the days to come. Once again, I greet you all. The world belongs to the workers. The tomorrow belongs to the workers. Long live our struggle. Long live WFTU. Long live socialism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is for Amel Commerce France. The next one, Comrade Zola, TUI Public Service, South Africa.
Bonjour. Alors, avant toute chose,
good morning. First of all, on this day, the 7th of May, the anniversary of the fight of Dien Bien Phu, I would like to honor and commemorate the brave fight of the Vietnamese people. In the name of the Federation of Commerce and Services today, we would like to salute all our comrades here present and thank the organizers, the USP, for their efforts. Dear comrades, the recent developments have shown how much a struggle is absolutely necessary, a struggle by the working class. During the Second World War, and after the Second World War, the employers and governments have united forces in order to completely dissolve the trade union movement. In France, one of our ministers, one of our leaders said, "Do not speak ever of workers' conquest, but always about workers' rights, because the employers will never stop to fight in order to take our rights away." This is true more than ever in the sectors of tourism, of insurance, and of other sectors that are in very precarious position also with regard to the working hours and to the salaries and also to all other working rights. They are considered, they were considered heroes during the crisis, the pandemic crisis, but as soon as the crisis was a bit past, they have sunk into oblivion. They are now the new victims of capitalism that wants absolutely to secure its dominion in the world. You know that the system is based on the unequal distribution of wealth, and you know that these people bear the brunt because despite the fact that they are among the most needed in a country, they are paid the less possible. And in France, we are champions of stock shares and dividends. The Casino Group is one of the champions. Casino is present. The Casino Group is present all over the world, in Romania, in Middle East, in Asia, and in the Americas, and of course in Europe and Africa. They have actually doubled their turnover, whereby during the pandemic, whereby the workers live in misery and with meager salaries. Let us not forget also that we have to uphold the right to social welfare and social security, because it is the necessary shield of the rights of people. We need also to protect our solidarity against a privatized and individualistic system. In France, we have just had presidential elections, and we have never had more a fascist and a Nazist, a nationalist, candidates, all children of the workers' class. I want to remind you that I think Zofia Afrika said in the past that pigs all have the same face. I think that naturally we have no satisfaction, and we're not satisfied at all by the re-election of the so-called Prince Macron. We, of course, know that Casino and the Casino Group is not the only example of a capitalist oppression all over the world, and especially in France, especially in the areas of tourist and catering. All these multinationals have consolidated their interests all over the world and are uniting their efforts in order to even more exploit the workers. We, on the other hand, have since our Congress in Havana, are uniting our efforts and becoming more and more united, and showing more solidarity towards our brothers and sisters in other countries. In the Casino Group in France, the workers have actually been very badly treated. We have intervened immediately, and we have tried to fight for the rights of our colleagues, and we have managed good results. For the greatest part, there is no country where there is no commerce, and And therefore, we have to fight for our brothers and sisters all over the world so that they have the same rights and the same access to the satisfaction of their basic needs. But the questions of catalysms are so hard that we have to fight even more. You know that the WFTU have shown that a solidarity is not just a simple word, and we have to continue on the same path, the path paved, the path opened by the WFTU. And finally, before I present a small gift to George Mavrikos, I would like to close with a quotation by Victor Hugo: "Those who live are those who fight." Long live the WFTU.
Et un présent pour nos hôtes pour les remercier.
Aussi and also a small present to our hosts to thank them for the excellent organization of this 18th Congress.
Merci, camarades.
Now the floor is for Neau, South Africa. And the next one, Alvaro Lopez, Mexico.
President Michael Mzondile Makwaiba, Comrade George Mavrikos, the General Secretary of WFTU, members of the Presidential Council, presidents, vice presidents, and general secretaries of our TUIs, and all delegates attending this 18th World Congress of WFTU, participating physically, and those on the virtual platform. Please receive our profound and revolutionary greetings from our Directive Committee of the 13th Congress of the Trade Union International of Public Service and Allied Workers. This Congress takes place at a time where conditions for public service workers and the working class in general are subjected to the devastation brought about by COVID-19 pandemic, combined with the neoliberal policy of austerity measures that champions outsourcing and privatization of social functions historically provided by nation states, such as healthcare, education, postal services, transport, etc. The privatization of essential social services in pursuit of profit have weakened the ability of many states in meeting the basic needs of the population, particularly the needs of the working people and the working class as a whole. Furthermore, the imperialist proxy war between Russia and Ukraine is also adding another strain, not only in the life of workers of both countries, but also to the broader working class of the world. We come here in this Congress with a view to contribute to the important task of developing a shared perspective on how WFTU as a federation should respond to these systematic and structural challenges of imperialism and capitalism as part of the overarching agenda to create a better and human world favorable to the working class in particular and working people in general. After our Congress held in Cyprus 2019, the first Directive Committee successfully convened a resounding meeting which adopted important documents capturing fundamental pillars, namely internationalism, trade union rights, collective bargaining and social security, trade union education, workers' unity and solidarity, rights of the youth, women and immigrants, building social alliance to strengthen working class struggles, and building the TUI public service and allied organizational strength. Since then, despite COVID-19 pandemic, the TUI public service and allied through its regions and continent have been hard at work in implementing its 4-year plan. As we reiterated then and now in this Congress, that the underlying cause of the challenges facing trade unions and workers emanates from capitalism and its neoliberal interventions. Hence, internationalism and solidarity support among trade unions of the world remain critical in strengthening the international class-oriented trade union movement to resist effectively imperialism and capitalism. Our TUI in different continents and regions have been and still fighting against the following: reduction of incomes and cuts in real wages, deregulation and increase in work time, deregulation of labor relations, lack of health and safety in workplaces, appropriation of public funds and investment by private economic groups, increase of the retirement age, cut in retirement and pension benefits, destruction of public sector jobs, regression on social and labor rights, denial of rights to negotiate and collective bargaining and other collective rights of workers. Indeed, the meaningful resolution of many problems confronting workers shall not come about as a result of government policy intervention or the generosity of capital, but through the destruction of the capitalist state and the reconstitution of society as a whole, and its replacement with a dispensation that serves workers' interests through class struggles. As a class-oriented trade union, we should believe to Marxism-Leninism as the only proven weapon of class struggles at the disposal of working class. As TUI Public Service and Allied Trade Union, through our plan, decided to strengthen our existence and that of the World Federation of Trade Unions in pursuit of a mobilization project by concretely taking the following task: actions in different countries to build and support WFTU in spreading its role inside and outside our unions in the sector, increase the profile of the WFTU through educating trade union members and workers through campaigns and deepening the main theses and priorities to strengthen our line. Recruit new affiliates into TUI through mobilizing for their demands with regular contact and drawing them into campaigns against anti-labor policies and supporting their struggles. Anti-privatization actions, defending the state and its social functions against outsourcing and rejecting vehemently neoliberal policies. To forge struggles to improve workers' conditions, dignified employment, better wage and social security. Drive an international campaign to defend collective bargaining, the right to strike and to organize across sectors, regions, countries, and affiliates. Broadening workers' unity and organize protests for social services with sectoral focus, drawing in all workers. To struggle for peace with internationalist solidarity against war, militarism, aggression, interference, and imperialist blockade against Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, with sanctions that they undermine the interests of the workers and support Palestinian people against Israel apartheid. In this regard, we wish this Congress a resounding success in deepening class orientation, militants, workers' solidarity, and the unity of all workers around the world as we fight against imperialism and continue our struggle for the attainment of a just and human society for all. Viva WFTU, viva! Viva, forward with WFTU, forward! Long live WFTU, long live! Amandla!
Thank you, comrade.
Merci.
Lopez, Mexico. And get ready, Cliff Smith, United States.
Comrades, friends, I come from Mexico to give a greetings to this 18th Congress of our glorious federation. We are here from Mexico, the National Union of Agricultural Workers that I represent. There's the Coalition of Democratic Organizations, Urban and Rural. There is the coordinator, the National Coordinator of Educational Workers. And there is a youth representing a recent created Trade Union Coordinator, Unitary Coordination of Mexico. And so when we come to say hi to this Congress, to greet this Congress, of course we greet and honor the work realized by the comrade George Mavrikos that has had the opportunity to have in our country 2 years ago. And so recognizing the works of George Mavrikos, I would like to give homage to one of our Cuban brothers that motivated our presence in the WFTU. I refer to Comrade Ramon Cardona. To Mexico, and to the Cubans, we have brotherly coincidence, but overall, the Mexicans, we are, of course, clear defenders of the Cuban Revolution, with which we share a fraternal and brotherly relation. And we have said that what happens to Cuba, it can happen to Mexicans, because in difficult circumstances, we have also said, just as in our independence movement, an Irish battalion participated, known as the Battalion of San Blas. We also have modern San Blas battalions for those peoples that retain their sovereignty and their liberties. Comrade Mavrikos, you did not lose much by not going to the U.S. Me, that I am a neighbor, I have said that when I go to America, I would like to say it as our Comrade General Pancho Villa went, which was to punish a false package of ammunitions. General Villa went and punished a city in Columbus. The only invasion that the U.S. has had, an invasion upon their territory by a Mexican. And also in Mexico, we have the example of a patriot that in one of the invasions of Mexico in 1914, a Corvette captain, Jose Azueta, he could alone resist a battle for 16 hours against a whole American battalion. They finally injured him, and in merit of his bravery, a ship, a medical ship, American medical ship, offered to attend him. And this Mexican said, from the Americans, not life. And so we say from the Americans, not even life, but against the Americans, until life. We can put them at the service of the working class of Mexico and of the world. In our country, the trade union movement has had ups and downs, and we are in front of a resurgence based on the electoral victory in which we could place a Mexican that comes from popular roots and that generated what we denominate as the fourth transformation of Mexico. And so there are some that with the fourth transformation, we destroy the roots of the capitalist model, of the capitalist state. And so there is a resurgence because the trade union movement is hopeful. It's because the important leaders have gone more than 3 times as long as I. So we should also fight for equality here. I would like to end by saying the experience of these years of participating in the WFTU, there has been enriching by visiting, by participating in forums that have been organized in many countries. I remember the TUI of food in Paris. I remember Argentina, Brazil, Panama, Costa Rica. I remember Portugal. And these events, we should have more of these events to exchange experiences, to reinforce our formation and expand the presence of the Federation across the world. Because the capitalist pole, imperialist pole, is advancing. I would like to end by saying, we should say that what today occurs between Ukraine and Russia, we should be preparing a resolution, supporting, because it is the possibility that a country, contrary to the Americans, can stop the fascism on our planet.
Muchas gracias. Cliff, United States. And the next one will be Janaka Adhikari, Sri Lanka.
Comrades, sisters, and brothers, President Makwaiba, General Secretary Mavrikos, honored guests, our gracious hosts from the USB. I'm Cliff Smith, the business manager of the United Union of Roofers, Waterproofers, and Allied Workers, Local 36, from Los Angeles, California, USA, affiliated to the World Federation of Trade Unions, and here with my compañero Andres Tinajero, representing our membership. In this moment of peril and pestilence, we assemble here to establish truths and develop strategy. First, the global pandemic has taught the world, even those claiming alternate facts, that society is divided into classes, not abstractly rich and middle and poor, but primarily the working class opposed to the owner class, the essential social class of workers without whom nothing moves or is built or grown or prepared or taught or cared for. The working class, defined by our relationship to production, but removed from the products of our labor and their value, alienated and invisible. Our comrades from the Greek All-Workers Militant Front, PAME, have taught us that the pandemic has dissolved a mountain of lies. The social arrangement of 10 people in one room and one person with 10 rooms is not tenable, despite the profit or individual benefit. And fighting a global virus by vaccinating this side of the room and ignoring that side of the room is also not tenable, despite the profit or individual benefit. The thesis and priorities of our Congress states, quote, the major problems concerning the preventative measures to protect the health and safety of workers and the low degree of protection of the healthcare staff are not inevitable phenomena, but the result of bourgeois policy supporting capitalist profitability. Society functions collectively or not at all, and the obstruction to this collective function is monopoly capital, the private ownership of the means of production that buys our labor for below its value, creating crises of accumulation where production is socialized at the work site, but distribution is an anarchy. So, for example, our roofing projects they cannot proceed because we cannot get materials. Where loose economic policy is a band-aid solution to the contradictions of capitalism, postponing the crisis but aggravating its inevitable crash. Where the saturation of profiteering drives imperialist aggression and war to find new markets, new areas of influence, to carve up the world along new lines of strategic and economic position. All of this is laid bare as the motive for the capitalist powers, the class of owners, be they NATO or Kremlin. And capitalist Russia is wrong to have invaded militarily into Ukraine and must immediately withdraw. But we also must agree with the guy that lives up the street in the Vatican, the priest from Buenos Aires, who just said that NATO has been barking at Russia's door. So is this the United States and NATO protecting the Ukrainian workers or the American workers? No, they are protecting their capitalist profits and power and willing to fight to the last Ukrainian. I was in Washington, D.C. last month for the legislative conference of the Buildings Trades Department of the AFL-CIO, where United States Congressman Connor Lamb spoke to us and said, quote, we are in a race in real time to make sure that Vladimir Putin is not supplying Europe with coal and oil and natural gas, but to make sure that it's us instead. With AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler leading the applause in the front row. So the United States is spending billions of dollars in weapons to arm the Ukrainian fascists and nationalists to secure the European energy market. But in the United States, we cannot have universal pre-kindergarten education or parental family leave or public college education or universal health care in a viral pandemic because how will they pay for it? But everybody knows that sick people cost more money than healthy people. So we oppose President Biden's Ukraine war that he has been involved in since at least 2014 or before. We want Congress to pass the Build Back Better Act and the PRO Act, protecting the right to organize, to dissolve NATO, and to close all foreign military bases. Crisis and uncertainty are fueling fascism as an imminent threat to our unions and workers across the United States. During the still ongoing coup that began on January 6th of last year, in his finest moment, Sean McGarvey, president of North America's Buildings Trades Unions, AFL-CIO, said that Trump's cabinet should be considered co-conspirators. He said, quote, we call on Senators Cruz and Hawley to immediately resign, along with the 12 other U.S. senators and the 140 House members objecting to the Electoral College certification. They must all step down immediately, he said. And for, quote, all planners, funders, and coordinators of this attempted coup to be referred to prosecution to the fullest extent of the law. And if these actions are not taken immediately, things could get much worse, he said. And of course, these senators and House members still have not resigned. This now hangs in the balance, along with all pretense of bourgeois democracy, where our native fascists call the administrative state that they wish to dismantle. The Supreme Court, the majority of whom have been appointed by presidents who themselves were not elected by democratic popular votes, underlining, as Martin Luther King said, that everything Hitler did in Germany was legal. The Supreme Court announced now to criminalize women's self-determination and their control over the means of reproduction, and all workers should understand that pregnancy is a question of labor. So if this extreme court follows through, the AFL-CIO president Elizabeth Schuler should immediately announce the general strike to defend women and to defend democracy. The limitations of parliamentary maneuverings in the United States are exhausted. We have seen in the U.S. in the last years millions protesting against police murders and white supremacy, the national oppression of the U.S. geographic Afro-American nation. But these are generally led by the spontaneity of the masses rather than an organization of leaders of the working class fight for power. The first page of the preamble to the Constitution and bylaws of my union, Roofers Local 36, for over 90 years begins, quote, "Whereas it has been fully demonstrated by experience that organization and unity of action among working men and women is imperative and essential to combat the encroachment of organized and consolidated capital. And we are mindful of the fact that labor's gains were not achieved by any individual action nor by any certain group of individuals. Rather, labor has accomplished its gains and purposes through the effort and cooperation of the membership acting as a unit," end quote. We salute the World Federation of Trade Unions for providing structure and continuity, clarity and criticism to develop the program for our struggles ahead. More than ever, the hope lies in our struggles. No to imperialist war. No to NATO. Death to fascism, patriarchy, and white supremacy. More democracy, not less. Long live the international working class, and long live the World Federation of Trade Unions.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Janaka Adibari, Sri Lanka, and follow CTCTP in Portugal.
Dear comrades, are you tired? No. No. Dear Comrade General Secretary, Comrade George Mauricos, and President Comrade Macwaiba, and dear comrades in the Presidium, and all the other comrades, greetings and solidarity from Sri Lankan class-oriented trade unions. Comrade of USB, our special thanks for your excellent work and your contribution. It is a historical contribution. It is historical. It is our pleasure to see that the WFTU family is growing day by day, and the incidents worldwide corroborating that the WFTU is in the correct positions ideologically and actions. Positions against capitalism and imperialism is correct. Position against imperialist war is correct. Position against exploitation man by man is correct. Position about Cuba, Venezuela, Palestine, etc. are correct. So I stress in this 18th Congress that you and I work in the correct place. It seems that capitalism and imperialism are failed systems. Their systems are expired. They haven't solutions for any of the prevailing socio-economic problems. The poorer are becoming more poor, and only several monopolies and cartels are making profits. Even in the situation of pandemic, they make their profit double. Dear comrades, my country Sri Lanka is one of the good examples to show that the capitalist system is a failed system. My country is a beautiful country, but the capitalist and bourgeois rulers have ruined my country. People are suffering. As a country, now we have an empty empty treasury. The Minister of Finance declared that we have finished our foreign reserves. However, as the class-oriented trade unions, we are in a strong position. We could form a wide trade union front and attack the bourgeois government successfully. On 28th of April, our trade unions declared an one-day token strike against the oppressive government and demanded to resign. And yesterday, 6th May, yesterday was another historical day for my country. The trade unions could give the leadership for one-day Hartal action, and the Hartal action was 100% successful. The general public fully supported the action, and almost all the shops in the urban areas were closed and put the black flags. Almost all the private and public transport services were stopped and supported the action. Almost all the workers in free trade zones engaged with the Hartal and strike. Thousands of people gathered on roads and held island-wide agitations. What is the demand of the people? The failed government in every hand must resign. And what are the slogans of the youth? The youth demand a system change. The government cannot face the workers and general public attack, and so the President of Sri Lanka has imposed an emergency law last night. But we will not stop. Today, we have called another protest in the capital of Sri Lanka against the suppression and suppressive law. Dear comrades, Sri Lanka is a good example to show the world that the capitalist system is failed system, and the imperialist would not come to support when the people suffer. As the class-oriented trade unions, we suppose that we would be able to complete our struggle successfully. Down the capitalism and imperialism. Long live class-oriented trade unions. Long live international solidarity of the workers. Long live WFTU. Long live WFTU. Long live socialism. Thank you very much.
Now CGTP in Portugal, and after we have a virtual connection, Veje Dul from Bangladesh.
Obrigada, camarada Cíntia. Estimados camaradas, saúde fraternalmente a direção da FSM e a USB pela realização deste 18º Congresso. As minhas primeiras palavras são para, em nome da CGTP Intersindical Nacional e dos trabalhadores portugueses, saudar fraternalmente todos os delegados, as organizações filiadas e amigas presentes neste 18º.
We want to thank our comrades in USB for organizing this 18th Congress. The organizations affiliated in the FSM and here in and all the workers presenting here in the 18th Congress. This Congress taking place in a situation marked by the deepening of the structural crisis of the capitalist system, with new conflicts and wars in which the workers' struggle and the class struggle remain the engine of history. In this time of resistance and accumulation of forces, the 1st of May, the Workers' Day, revealed itself as a major internationalist action of the masses and an irreplaceable moment in the struggle of the workers all around the world against exploitation and in the fight for the rights. In Portugal, the 1st of May was celebrated in more than 31 cities under the motto, fighting and gaining for the country to go forward. We are demanding better wages, jobs with rights, and the 35-hour work week. We're demanding better public services and a rupture with the EU impositions embraced by the governments. The Portuguese workers' struggle continues and it intensifies. A struggle that, after a period of resistance that increased exploitation, managed to defend and attain new rights. But the capital and the governments in its service used the pandemic as an excuse to promote the profits of big companies and increasing, as a result, the inequalities and poverty. In the context of sanctions and war that, against the interests of the workers, enhances speculation and increases the cost of living and aggravates exploitation with attacks upon the wages and the rights, with wealth concentration accumulation and with weakening of public services. An offensive that maintains the blocking of collective bargaining, attacking the trade union freedom, imposing precariousness and low wages. And the struggle of the workers in Portugal will go on, and despite all the limitations. And in the 1st of May was also a major action of internationalist solidarity, an outcry against war, sanctions and blockades that are hitting the people. We say no to speculation and to the higher cost of living, to the exploitation, to the agenda reactionary and fascist-oriented of the capital. We say no to the arms race that threatens peace, and it is a means of profit and increase the wealth and domination. We convey our solidarity with the peoples and the workers of Palestine, Western Sahara, Ukraine, Mali, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Cuba, Venezuela, and many others. Comrades, the imperialism capital and its defenders rely on the fascism and war, develop operations of lies, manipulation, and ideological conditioning. The example of technological changes and the instrumentalization of environmental problems require our attention. In the context of the struggle of workers, in the context of the capitalism growing contradiction, the workers are depriving of their rights, and many foreign countries, because of the exploitation and impoverishment, are serving the accumulation and the centralization of the wealth. The unity, organization of struggle of workers is built in the workplaces and sector, in intervention developed and intensified in moments of sectorial and national convergence, with demonstrations and strikes already scheduled for the beginning of May in Portugal and also for the 27th of May with a concentration of workers, with a month of June full of actions in all sectors, culminating in a powerful national action in July. The priority is articulated with a reinforcement of our solidarity with all workers of the world and the cooperation of all trade unions. CESETPIN's non-world trade union affiliation results from the specificities of the Portuguese trade union movement. The position has always been open and will continue to be open to consider the WFTU's proposals to cooperate, support, and stimulate actions to defend the workers' rights. We are and we wish to continue to be a friendly organization in the WFTU. We value the holding of this Congress and we wish that it may strengthen the workers' class interests. The Portuguese trade union movement has contributed to affirm the common WFTU principles and positions as an organization anti-imperialist and class-oriented, strengthening the action of the TUIs, promoting and valuing the exchange of experiences to identify common and converging objectives to reinforce the struggle. You may continue to count on us. Long live the workers' struggle. Long live the anti-imperialist unity. Long live the WFTU. The struggle continues.
Thank you, comrade. Now we have a virtual speech from
Wazidur.
From Bangladesh, Vejedul. Basidul. And after we have Gebali, president of ITUF, Egypt.
Thank you, comrade. It's Wazidur Khan from Bangladesh, General Secretary of Bangladesh Trade Union Center, and as well as President member of the WTO. Honorable President and delegates, at the outset of discussion on behalf of the working class and general people of Bangladesh, a potential country is in South Asia, I would like to extend May Day greetings and heartfelt congratulations to all the delegates attending this historical 18th World Congress of Trade Union. I also convey our greetings and convey our sincere thanks to our comrades from Italy, Italian Trade Union Organization, who has contributed a big thing that it has, that we are get together in the World Congress. The working class of Bangladesh today is making significant contribution in the field of ready-made garments, jute industry, tea industry, other sector of the global production. This contribution to the country GDP is the driving force of our national economy. However, it is with great sadness that we have to say that the valuable working class today is deprived and neglected in all the aspects. The Bangladesh Trade Union Center has been fighting for the rights of the working class for almost half a century and has become a place of reliance for them. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear comrades, the 18th World Trade Union Congress is being held in a time when people all over the world are going through a devastating world economy and a difficult time caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Many of our comrades, friends, and colleagues around the world are no more because of their terrible and unprecedented tragedy. On behalf of the workers of Bangladesh, I pay deep respect to their memory. Dear comrades, we will hopefully agree with that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemics on the world economy has exploited the bankruptcy of the. Understand that the impact of the neoliberal economic policy is far more devastating for the people of the world than the impact of the COVID pandemic. As a result, we see millions of workers losing their jobs every day. Millions of workers engaged in risky labor and their state incentives are being looted. This picture has been shown to us from the experience of Bangladesh and South Asia. At the same time, various conspiracies are being hatched to divert the real struggle of the working class. The government, the working class, multinational company, and political parties protecting the interest of their own owners and are active, particularly partner in the conspiracy, and particularly the political party means who believes in the bourgeois policy, the vanguard of the bourgeois policy. As a result, the struggle for religion supremacy in the society is more important to the political forces than the movement of the worker just rights in Bangladesh, India, or Pakistan. Instead of building hospitals for workers, it is important to buy millions of dollars worth of weapons. Corruption at the state level is well established. The working class of Bangladesh is a ruthless victim of this corruption. Dear friends, the current world situation today clearly shows the extent to which imperialism and capitalism can create a risky solution for the people of world in particular. The export of neo-Nazism to Ukraine and occurrence of a prolonged war situation from there are one of the major examples of the imperialist violence. Similarly, the military tension between China and India is a huge threat to the people of Asia. This threat is to some extent exaggerated by the military ambitions of US imperialism. On behalf of the working class of Bangladesh, therefore, in this historic conference, we are reiterating our demand for war-free world and a society free of society free of all forms of war and exploitation. We wish the success of 18th Congress a great. Thank you very much. Go long live the WFTU, long live the working class.
Now the floor is for President Itouf Egypt, Comrade Gebali. And after Ecuador.
Brother George Mavrikos, General Secretary of WFTU, Mr. Mike McCoby, the President of WFTU, dear brothers and sisters, members of the Presidential Council, the Presidium, brothers and sisters, dear guests, on behalf of myself and the board members of Egyptian Trade Union Federation in Egypt, allow me to pass the best greetings and the best militant greeting, hoping that the Congress will be a success. This 18th Congress of WFTU, I also would like to pass my greetings to USP in Italy for the warm welcome and hospitality. that we received the moment we landed in Rome. We are honored to be affiliated to WFTU family that was founded in the 3rd of October 1945. The first trade union movement to defend the working class and to achieve solidarity and the trade union struggle among the grassroots. The affiliated members to WFTU 105 million in 123 countries all over the world. And WFTU is a great struggle against the challenges facing the trade union movement all over the world due to the bad consequences of COVID-19. Hence, I would like to confirm that Corona influence on workers and the consequences is not only in one country or just one single sector, but the disaster is common and it affected and influenced negatively all the workers in all sectors of production and work and the public services. And this influence was clear for the informal labor and the workers in health sector who are exposed to catch the virus, and also influenced women, the working women, and what leads to the increase of the unemployment rate. And also this caused the depriving thousands of families to maintain stability and sustainable life and receiving appropriate health care. Brothers and sisters, the world is still suffering from the bad consequences of capitalism, of barbaric capitalism, and this was very clear during the period of pandemic. And they used this catastrophe in order to achieve profits and to double their profits on the expense of working class and all the poor people. And also the role played by imperialistic countries to agitate wars in different countries. As a result, that resulted in economic crisis all over the world. Brothers and sisters, the role of the trade union movements is to hone its efforts and to have an initiative to put an end to poverty and hunger and to fight inequality. I repeat it, between men and women, and to maintain sustainable work for all people and a decent life for all workers, and to achieve social security and health care, appropriate social security and health care, and to fight all forms of discrimination and empowering youth and women in trade union work. And we also are asking all the world countries to provide free vaccines for everyone so that we can accelerate recovery, economic recovery, in addition to providing education and find creative solutions to generate work opportunities in different sectors. ETOF, Egyptian Trade Union Federation, expresses its full solidarity with WFTU and with the Sudan Trade Union Federation and its leaders. We also express our solidarity we express our solidarity and the solidarity of the Egyptian people with the Palestinian people, that Israel and the Zionist attacks are violating all the ideology and all the cultural areas and the categories for the people. Sorry. They are violating all the rights, economic, political, cultural, social, every day. And every day is worse than the other, made by the worst colonization in history. We also assure that the Palestinian people should have their own state with the capital Jerusalem. All these demands and requests I would like to write down and note. And of course, I agree with what has just said to Mr. Mike and Mr. George, that financial assistance is very important. I also agree with him that there should be a donation other than the fees to WFTU. WFTU is facing a lot of challenges from other counter trade, international trade union organizations, and of course it faces many struggles, and so we have to support the WFTU. Long live WFTU! Long live Arab international solidarity! And thank you so much. Mr. Mavrikos, I would like to give you a small gift. Is it possible? It's just a small souvenir.
Now the floor is for Edgar Sarango, Ecuador, and the next will be Devroy Situ, India.
Comrade George Mavrikos, General Secretary of the WFTU, comrades of the Presidium, greetings to the USB for being the host of this important event that covers the whole class trade unionism. And also greetings to the noble Cuban people that has suffered a disaster recently, and for the loss of the comrade Ricardo Alarcón, former president of the Popular Assembly of Cuba. Comrades, the disastrous pandemic of COVID has not culminated yet, which its origin is still in doubt. And now we are in a military confrontation that goes against peace. We now confront some of the worst crises, not only of the countries in confrontation, and we know who are the beneficiaries. It is the multinational pharmacies and the monopolies. The companies that produce the vaccines have developed at least $9 billion within the pharmaceutical industry. And now the conflicts in Eastern Europe that has global connotations is not only but a concentration of power and the hegemonic attempt to dominate, where the military conflict also has the information war that serves imperialism. In many cases, distorting and hypocritically distorting the facts, only submitting the people to capitalism. It's important to recognize the counterweight against imperialism that the Soviet Union once represented for more than 70 years, and that today the US feels free to impose its hegemony. By its part, the UN and its partial role has lost all its authority in maintaining peace before the even greater and more brutal assault by the US and its associates, especially in the case of comrades that are not immediately aligned with Washington. They will suffer threats of invasion, of coups, such as in Afghanistan, in promoting civil conflicts as occurs in Ukraine. In this perspective, it is important to remember that the disputed conflict is not only a political issue. The confrontation of a capitalist Russia against a capitalist European Union, against a US capitalist, as his comrade Lenin noted, this is the highest stage of imperialism. It is a conflict for new territories, for new markets, for new resources, more exploitation, more extraction of profit. In conclusion, it's about an imperialist war, not about a war of liberation, not a confrontation of ideological positions, but not the exclusive interest of the parts involved. Consequently, comrades, we cannot be in favor of any part, but against the war that only represents more misery for the peoples. In Ecuador, we find ourselves in a progressive line of neoliberal consolidation, where the main obstacle is the state, and in middle is the ideological and political debate around it, which governments say that this is no longer a solution but a problem. What is definitely desired by them is to destroy the image of the state as a guarantor of social rights and public services. They wish to reduce it to a minimal state. What corresponds to us then? Assume with objectivity the historical role that we have had to have organizational and political alternatives to neoliberalism, which begins with the reconstruction of state around the public sector, the role of economic growth, the function of public banks, universalizing rights, the construction of citizenship, the hegemony of public needs over the market needs. The consequences of the pandemic, it will be more difficult to develop alternatives to overcome the traditions of neoliberalism. We must combat the privatization that neoliberalism imposes. Crises are used as excuses for salary reductions, for firings, all to create more exploitation against the workers, violating the few laws that still defend some of their rights. The worst crisis is also for women and the youth and the pensioners, that after a whole life of exploitation must do the impossible to confront their last years of existence. The work situation, such as the economic situations, shows a clear aggression against the interests of the working class, the true creators of value, in favor of the capitalist interest. This constant show of the class struggle says that the popular forces assume the political formation required for the participation in political and electoral politics, to assume the power of the state, not to govern capitalism, but for a true transformation. Good. The ideological direction of trade unionism does not permit their workers to create consciousness within capitalist society. They still permit the bourgeois lies, the bourgeois ideological lies that limits the working class. Today, the National Assembly now has new laws, anti-worker laws. And before this, the only thing we can do is to do what we always done, be in the streets. This is the new reality, that we must secure the rights of those who are the workers, but we must also defend those who do not even have the right to work, because there's no right to live, to a home, to food. It's important to reaffirm the struggle and organization to confront the social issues, oppose the right-wing government. And so it's important for us to carry on options for an alternative to transform the institutionality of the state. Long live the 18th Congress of the WFTU. Long live proletarian internationalism. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, comrade. Now the floor is for Devroy Situ, India. The next will be Kiki Trigo, Argentina.
Comrades, the comprehensive world working class understanding of my parent organization, Center of Indian Trade Unions, shall be presented by the president of our organization, Dr. Hemlata, when she takes the floor. I shall deal only two very important, hotly debated all over the world today, political ideological issues, which in conformity and in continuity to what Comrade Mavrikos has already mentioned in the report, namely the Ukraine war and the New Green Deal. The World Federation of Trade Union has been the very first to articulate authentic analysis of the continuously deepening crisis of capitalism is a systemic crisis and not a cyclical crisis. Similarly, the crude and cruel character of capitalist class governments in addressing the humanitarian crisis arising out of the COVID-19 pandemic has been laid bare by WFTU from working class understanding. Comrade Mavrikos has very boldly said, quote, "The pandemic stripped capitalism naked, removing its mask and fancy clothes." Related to the pandemic, the world has clearly witnessed the superiority of socialism, the barbarity of capitalism, the crude and cowardly character of capitalist class. On the contrary, the courage, conviction, sacrifice, and militancy of the world working class. The Ukraine war, although fought in the soil of Ukraine, it is in reality a war between the USA and Russia. The thesis has presented a unique formulation that Union of Socialist Soviet Republics, USSR, played the guarantee for world peace. If USSR wouldn't have been the victim of internal and external conspiracies, resulting in its dismantling, the imperialist forces wouldn't have been succeeded in their hegemonic aggression and destruction of world peace with repeated regional wars. The Ukraine war has got a very dangerous economic angle. It is not mere economic sanction imposed by USA against Russia. It is freezing of bank account of Russia and confiscated 630 billion US dollar foreign exchange reserve of Russia. Thus, USA has weaponized dollar and launched economic warfare. Even bourgeois economists have defined this as, quote, economic weapon of mass destruction. For such atrocities, USA shall have to pay a price sooner or later. The atrocious act of USA has sounded alarm bell globally. Same can happen with the dollar reserves of other countries. To protect them from the same fate as Russia, there is likelihood that countries may diversify their foreign exchange reserve in other currencies instead of US dollar. According to a research paper produced by the International Monetary Fund itself, dollar share of international reserves have been in decline for the past 2 decades, ever since USA has resorted to confiscation of dollar reserve of other countries. Next, certain other internal economic factors of USA are also pivotal to the vulnerabilities of dollar. The US has been under the grip of massive trade deficit, growing current account deficit. Inflation has jumped to 8.5%, the highest for the last 40 years. The dark cloud of market recession, worsening debt-GDP ratio. Notably, the debt-GDP ratio of the capitalist world has climbed around 300%, which was only 150% even during the crisis of 1930s. Let us recall that dollar faced a real danger of slide in 1971 when Richard Nixon stopped gold redemption against dollar. The OPEC responded with repeated rise in the price of crude oil. However, with the emergence of petrodollar, consequent upon US-Saudi Arabia pact in 1974, dollar got a lease of life. Now, debt financing Ukraine war by USA and weaponization of dollar and response by different other countries taking lesson from the US onslaught of confiscation of reserves fund and in the name of economic sanction, bound to impact the world economy vis-a-vis the dollar. A CNN online post has captioned, quote, "So, the king dollar about to be dethroned." Well, this may not happen tomorrow, but such earth-shaking manifestations must be looked upon, linking with the aggressive systemic crisis of capitalism, which has a big bearing on the working class movement, both in short-term and long-term basis. My last point. In September 2009, the UN Environment Programme issued a report entitled Global Green New Deal. This was closely followed by declaration of Green New Deal in Europe, in UK, in USA, and so on. The capitalist game behind the whole project is said to deal with the earth-shaking humanitarian issue of environment pollution and global warming through a close green Keynesian spending. The slogan has been coined under the influence of Roosevelt's New Deal, launched during the Great Economic Crisis in USA in 1930s. I have no time to delve into the details of the two events, Paris Conference in 2015 and Glasgow Conference in 2021. The wide gap between the words and deed very, very significant. Urgency and challenges before the working class arise from the onslaught of loss of employment of millions of people, direct and indirect, working globally now and work for fossil fuel industries. Due to technological factors, such job losses in underdeveloped and undeveloped countries shall be shockingly higher. Our trade union movement must alert about the intellectual mercenaries of the capitalist class who are bringing about fake, falsified study report to hide the shocking dimension of job losses due to transition to the new renewable energy. The game of just transition must be understood in this context. Finally, of late, a campaign for just transition from fossil fuel to green renewable energy has been reverberating globally. It is attributed that the concept of just transition was born in the US in 1970s. The preamble of Paris Agreement also contains this. Wide ranges of individuals, groups, institutions across the globe are conspicuously active on the Just Transition project. Academics, professionals, governments, NGOs, yellow trade unions, multilateral international bodies, including ILO, and many more have taken on board. Fund worth billions of dollars is flowing, and the target is the underdeveloped countries. As COVID-19 pandemic crisis was a cruel commercial opportunity to the business billionaires, so too carbon emission and global warming opportunity to amass wealth by the capitalist class.
Comrade, please.
Remember, I conclude. Remember, 9 global billionaires emerged during pandemic and many more. Not to be surprised, ITUC is close collaboration with ILO has been entering into tripartite partnership in the concerned countries for this so-called just transition. Remember, ITUC has been partnered on the basis of a daydream with fair globalization of ILO also. With the affiliates of WFTU must be in forefront protecting natural resources and clearing, protecting environment from the capitalist class. We shouldn't have any illusion on the partnership, which is nothing but class collaboration. I finally conclude that socialism is the answer to the systemic comprehensive crisis of capitalism, and the path is class struggle, and the goal is forcible overthrow of a capitalist system. Thank you.
Thank you,
brothers and sisters, please to have your attention. We have dear, no?
Please, please.
From here.
Hola.
Wait.
Hello?
Excuse me, Kiki. Sisters, please, I need to have your attention. We have the next difficulty about the number of speakers, of speeches. It is impossible for us to manage the number of applications. We have from 13 countries who they didn't, until now, we didn't receive the floor. Important unions, members of WFTU. Angola, Mozambique, Tanzania, Republic Dominicana, Niger, Mauritania, Lebanon, Kazakhstan, Serbia, Uruguay, Indonesia, Morocco, Bahrain. Until today, until this time, just now, they didn't receive the floor because of the number of speeches. Also, we have more 35 applications from countries from which already spoke some brothers and sisters. Because of this, it is impossible for us to manage this situation. On the break, we sit and to discuss. But we wanted to inform you that it is impossible for our today Congress to receive floor all which you you demand, you have to receive the floor, etc. This is for your information. Trigo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Now, Comrade Kiki Trigo, Argentina. And after we have Ricardo Saraiva, Brazil.
Hola, compañera.
Hello, comrades. First, to greet the 18th Congress of the WFTU. Give a great greetings to the comrades of the USB for the effort that they be able to achieve this Congress in Rome. Another question? Another important question that could not be said is give a great greeting to Comrade Valentin Pacho, which gave a small goodbye in terms of the Presidential Council. And truly, he is a comrade that is a reference for all of us. He is a great comrade, so great greetings to the comrade. We have great respect for him. Another comrade that I wouldn't like to forget, because in the previous Congress he was present, and we are product of that work. And one is the comrade Ramon Cardona from Cuba. He is the comrade that strengthened the WFTU in Latin America. And so we should always remember him as well. The good thing about speaking after a lot of them speaking is that I won't say the same. And so, of course, I'm in agreement with many of the positions of the comrades. But what I would like to say is that now in the 18th Congress, we are in agreement with the theses that are of very important political content. The question is much more transcendental from the theses, is how do we give response to these difficulties that we have as a class? It's clear that the pandemic has demonstrated that the king is naked. The pandemic showed that the capitalist crisis constantly attacks the working class. Not only the working class, but the planet, which is the only one we have to live on. But also the people realized that the health cannot be a commodity, that education cannot be a commodity. And so it seems that us as WFTU, as Comrade Mavrikos was speaking about the growth up until this point, it's clear that the basis was placed so that the WFTU can grow, but also to dispute internationally. And it's that dispute that the WFTU must give. We have to have dedicated organizations. The workers of the world are internationalists, comrades. We need the participation of the workers, of the organizations, so that they can be in conditions to combat those contradictions that the theses explain. And so to say all this makes me very happy, because the WFTU has always been at the front, and clearly this Congress demonstrates that we have a future, because I have seen important trade unions with very changes, as it could be in the comrades of French, the comrades from Argentina. You can see with the comrades of Panama, as you can see with the comrades from the Basque Country. These are all new comrades of the WFTU, and they are the ones that will continue the struggle and resolve the main issues of destroying capitalism, because it only brings us hunger and destruction of our planet. And so I won't go for more minutes, because I know the time is short, and I said that I wouldn't take up the 6 minutes to speak. So I would like to just say greetings to all the comrades. We do not have a gift for Mavrikos, but we are happy that the WFTU of the Southern Cone will continue to grow, so that the WFTU, which is the only class tool that we have, can be at the front of the struggles.
Thank you, comrade. Ricardo Saraiva, Brazil, and the next, Harry, Tanzânia.
Boa tarde, companheiros, companheiras.
Comrades, I would like to greet all the trade unions and the working class. To President Mike, I would like to greet all the women, all the comrades, Comrade Cynthia, and Comrade George Mavrikos, a great combatant, which has led the WFTU to this state that has lifted the working class throughout the world. He's a great hero. I will take a moment. Today we are in a capitalist crisis, a crisis of humanity, an economic crisis. Today, the North American hegemony tries to balance the world when a new group disputes the global hegemony, led by China, Belarus, Russia. We hope that Brazil will also be combating that North American hegemony. And so this hegemony attacks the workers and then it occupies countries, many coups as in Latin America. In Latin America, we have suffered this as in Bolivia. We have resisted as in Bolivia, in Peru, in Argentina. And we hope that we will be able to change in Brazil, demonstrating that Bolsonaro is a fascist and bringing back Comrade Lula. We know that this government is progressive and has not finished its function to transform society. And that's why we must go against fascism, because it is not the alternative. That's why the Brazil Union, we support Lula in opposition to defeat fascism. And we ask the WFTU we have had two great struggles in Colombia and Brazil. We have packed to support the fate of Cuba. We want to have a solidarity salute to the comrades of Cuba that confront the blockade. The empire continues blockading Cuba, continues blockading Venezuela, continues blockading Nicaragua. The empire, the fascist empire, and that's why the war in Ukraine is important. To defeat the fascists, to defeat the hegemony. Comrades, Brazil says to the world that we must not defend Ukraine. All the force centers in Brazil must build an alternative for the workers of the world and for the workers. And that's why we have a fundamental task paper, a role, that workers of the world unite. Long live the WFTU. Long live the unity of the workers. Out Bolsonaro. Lula president. And long live the working class.
Thank you. Now the floor is to Harry, Tanzania.
Solidarity. You say forever. Solidarity. Comrade President, General Secretary, and all the members of this Congress. Here from Tanzania. In our country, I find it's very important so that we can expand the movements, the labor movements, specifically from the WFTU. In FWTU, in most in African countries, I find it has not that much deep-rooted as it is in some other continents. Then with this good number, the great leap we have done of the increase of 119% increase of membership, I think in the next lap, we can also improve more to go up to those big levels if we can put more efforts to come to Africa, specifically to Tanzania and East Africa in particular. So I recommend the good work performed and also wish all the best to make sure that we go to the higher levels. My point to make here is I've listened so many speeches from other members. I would suggest now it's high time we think how to implement these, to put these things into reality. We find a way forward. We speak about this, well, then what is the way forward? I think it's high time now we develop the system to see how the best things we can, from what has been spoken to different people here, to put them into practice so that next time we see the tangibility of what we have. Thanks very much, and I have a gift for the General Secretary. Please, can you please come close so that I give a gift from Tanzania. Thanks very much.
Masai dress, Masai dress. This is Masai dress, the name.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Cynthia. I want to inform you that the Federation of Tanzania, it is our new member. And they... And because of this, I welcome, dear comrade.
Thank you.
It is an honor for us.
Thank you.
Today, we spoke from yesterday all times that we have 105 million members, but I need to inform you that we are more than 110 million members because Libya come back, come here, comrade. Libya come back, and also Tanzania and other unions, very strong and very big. Thank you very much. From Libya, they were members and active members of WFTU until December 2005, October 2005. But that time, when the situation, the political direction of Muammar Gaddafi changed, they stop their relations with WFTU, and from that time, October 2005 until the last month, until the March of 2022, they was in distance from WFTU. They come back, they sent letter official 1 week ago that we are also come back and we are active with WFTU. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, comrade. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace and bliss from Allah be upon you. On behalf of myself and the Libyan Labour Federation, I would like to pass the best greetings to USB for the kind invitation and for the WFTU for the kind invitation. And also I would like to say that we are one of the supporters and the founders of WFTU, and we all the time supported WFTU. And on behalf of all the Libyan workers, I would like to pass the greetings on their behalf to WFTU, to Mr. George and Mr. Mike, and all the strugglers, the honorable struggler. And I admire Mr. George very well. He is a strong struggler, and he is a man, a solid man against imperialism and capitalism. And all the time, we are with you in front of all these capitalists and imperialists, and we are following your activities. And so I would like to offer him a small gift from Libya. This medal is offered, it's an award offered to the best trade unionist. And this year we are offering him this medal as the most prominent and veteran trade unionist, especially with his effort with the Palestinian people. Thank you, thank you. والآن ندعو ممثل فيتنام.
We were in my village, you remember?
So, comrades, now
والآن أيها الرفاق نغلق الجلسة من هذا الصباح الغداء، ثم سنبدأ الساعة الثانية. الساعة الثانية من فضلكم تتواجدوا في الغرفة، وبعد الظهر بعد السادسة حين ننتهي من أعمالنا ستكون هناك أتوبيسات في الخارج فستأخذكم إلى مركز روم، وستكونون في جولة حرة حتى 8. سنبدأ في الساعة الثانية حتى 10.
μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Η αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Η αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Η αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Η αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Η αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κι Παρίσι. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κι Παρίσι. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSN, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSN, αντιπεριαλίστα. αγκαλιά σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες Κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες Κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παδιέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παχέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παγέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παγέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παγέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παγέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα.
Viva la FSM, αντικαπιταλίστα. Viva la FSM, αντιπεριαλίστα. Το 45 γεννήθη στο Παρίσι, δυνάμωσες, εψήλωσες, έγινες κυπαρίσι. Με κόκκινη παγέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Με κόκκινη παγέρα και ήλιο λαμπερό, με αλληλεγγύη και με διεθνισμό. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Σου θάλασσα χωράει τους εργάτες, χωράει τους Αφρικανούς κι όλους τους Ασιάτες. Η δράση σου η ταξική σ' όλη την οικουμένη, Λατινική Αμερική, Ευρώπη, Μέση Ανατολή, πάντοτε εξακουσμένη. Ενώνεις μαύρους και λευκούς κόντρα στην αδικία, κόντρα στην εκμετάλλευση για μια άλλη κοινωνία. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista.
In the next Congress, he will ask in the next Congress, not now.
الإخوة والرفاق، سنبدأ الآن الجلسة الثانية. الإخوة والأخوات، نحن على أتم استعداد للبدء مرة أخرى. كما تعلمون، كما أخبرناكم من قبل، ليس لدينا الوقت الكافي، وحتى الآن أمامنا 16 متحدث، 16 دولة لم تتحدث حتى الآن: أنغولا، موزمبيق، الدومينيكا، النيجر، موريتانيا، لبنان، كازاخستان، صربيا، أوروغواي، إندونيسيا، المغرب، بحرين، صوماليا، الصومال، توغو، كوريا، شيلي، وجمهورية التشيك وتونس. الآن 19. اقتراحنا أن تكون الكلمة 4 دقائق إذا أمكن. نطلب منكم جميعا نرجو منكم الالتزام بالوقت. إذا أردتم أن تساعدونا ولكن هذا ليس فقط الموضوع الأول، ولكن أيضا أننا الآن نحتاج إلى أن نريد أن نتيح الفرصة للجنة الإعلام النهائي، إعلان روما. زميلنا ديفروي عضو لجنة القرار النهائي مع رفيقنا نيكوس ديوراكس من بامي اليونان، والسيد بنينتو بريرا من البرازيل، والرفيق زولا من نيهاو. حتى الآن في هذه اللجنة. والآن لمدة 10 دقائق صديقنا ديفروي سيخبركم سيلخص لكم الصورة حول القرار النهائي. ومن الآن أمامكم الوقت. هو الآن الساعة 3. حتى الساعة 6. الآن الساعة 3. أمامكم 3 ساعات حتى 6:00. بالرجاء أن تكون هناك اقتراحات موجزة من أعضاء الاتحاد العالمي. نرجو عرض مقترحات قصيرة وموجزة للرفيق ديفروي. وبعد نهاية عملنا اليوم سيجلسون ثم سنصوت على الإعلان النهائي، إعلان روما. اعذروني الأمر صعب. إعداد 500 نسخة لأسباب كثيرة، ولهذا نطلب منكم أن تساعدونا وتؤيدونا. السيد ديفروي أمامك 10 دقائق. أيها الرفاق، الرفيق مافريكوس أخبركم عن اللجنة والمبادئ التي تتبعها. لن أعيد، ولكنني سأتشارك معكم في مسودة إعلان روما. تم إعداده من جانب المكتب المركزي للاتحاد العالمي واللجنة. لأنني كنت حاضرا وجئت هنا في لجنة القرارات، وقد ناقشنا وقد وضعنا مسودة، وسنكون سعيدا أن نوزع عليكم هذه النسخة. ولكن كما أخبرتكم 500 نسخة من الصعب جدا طباعتها، ونرجو منكم أن تستمعوا إلينا. الإعلان به جانبين. الجانب الأول تحليل الوضع السياسي والاقتصادي، وأيضا المهام التي مكلفين بقيامها. فالجزء الأول التحليل السياسي، وقد أخذنا هذه النقطة من تقرير الأمين العام. والجزء العملي يجب أن نكون سعداء أننا قمنا بإعداد مسودة للجزء العملي في مقر الاتحاد العالمي، وسيتم تلاوته عليكم. وسأثير أمامكم، وأرجو أن تثقوا في هذه المسودة، وأن تكون هناك مناقشات ديمقراطية تعتمد على مبدأ الديمقراطية حتى يتقبله الجميع. والآن فيما يتعلق بالتحليل السياسي، لجنة اعتماد العضوية، هذا هو قسم الاعتماد العضوية. ثم بعد ذلك الخلفية عن الرئاسية، ثم بعد ذلك التطورات الاقتصادية والسياسية الخطيرة في العالم، ثم بعد ذلك أزمة الرأسمالية. ثم عواقب الرأسمالية ودور الطبقة العاملة ودور الاتحاد العالمي ودور المنظمات الدولية زي منظمة التجارة العالمية والناتو وغيرها قد تم وضعها أيضا. وأخيرا دور ومسؤولية الطبقة العاملة في هذا الموقف، وكيفية أنها تسير على نهج ومنهاج الاتحاد العالمي. هذه هي التحليلات السياسية التي فعلناها في البيان، وعلينا أن نسير إلى الأمام حول مبدأ تأسيس الاتحاد العالمي. علينا أن نحدد الأهداف وما علينا فعله، وأول هذه الأمور هو الحق في الإضراب. هذه هي المهمة الأساسية التي يجب أن نقوم بها، أن يكون هناك تضامن دولي. وحين نتحدث عن المساواة في حقوق المرأة، الضروريات الاجتماعية الاقتصادية، وهذه من أولويات الاتحاد العالمي. ثم بعد ذلك النضال والكفاح ضد العنصرية والتمييز، وأيضا النضال الطبقي. النضال هو يعد مدرسة الاتحاد العالمي لتدريب الكوادر العمالية، وهذا ما سنقوله في هذا النضال. نضالنا له شقين: النضال بعيد المدى، وهذا النضال يتعلق بالقضايا المعاصرة، والشق الآخر هو التكنولوجيا والدور الذي تلعبه لصالح الطبقة العاملة، وكيفية توعية الطبقة العاملة بتبني هذه السياسات. وعلينا أيضا أن نكون مواكبين للثورة العلمية والفنية، وعلينا أن نتقبلها وأن نكون جاهزين لتعلمها وأن نستخدمها في حياتنا، ولذلك يجب درجها في القرارات. ثم بعد ذلك مسألة الدخل وحماية الأجور، الأمن الاجتماعي، ثم مسألة البطالة والخصخصة، ثم بعد ذلك مسألة المهاجرين. أن الاتحاد العالمي كان له الكثير من الحملات وعمليات التعبئة العامة في كل أنحاء العالم حول هذه المشكلة في الدول المرسلة للمهاجرين والدول المستقبلة للمهاجرين. فأعتقد أن هذا أمر مهم يجب وضعه في القرارات. ثم عمالة الطفل، وكذلك المرأة العاملة أثناء فترة الحمل. ثم مسألة ساعات العمل. هدفنا هو تحديد ساعات العمل دون التعامل مع الأجور أو تقليل الأجر. فلازم ينبغي تعديل الأجور حتى يكون هناك جدولة تدريجية لساعات العمل. ثم بعد ذلك مسألة الفاشية والنازية الجديدة وما نراه في العالم من حولنا، وهذا الدور تحدده الاتحاد العالمي. وأخيرا في الجزء الأخير مسألة خلق لجنة دولية، إنشاء لجنة دولية حول تعزيز حقوق الإنسان في بلادنا المعنية. كيف يمكن مقاومة كل من يحاول انتهاك حقوق الإنسان؟ هناك حقوق أخرى لا ينبغي انتهاكها. على ذلك فإن الاتحاد العالمي يقترح أن يكون هناك كيان تشريعي في نقاباتنا وفي اتحادنا الدولي في كل دولة حول هذا القرار، لأن تكون هناك دولة لجنة.
So as Mavrikos has said, extreme shortage of time, what he has said that this is formally proposed to you. Now if any delegates want to give any fresh proposal, very briefly within this framework, long thesis there is no time, but ultimately tomorrow we have to adopt it as Rome Declaration, and that is the instrument with which we shall go back from the 18th Congress of WFTU to go forward. So therefore, taking into consideration the time constraints, the importance, the bounden duty for you and me to adopt the declaration here in Rome itself, therefore up to 6 p.m., any point what I have already spoken, if you want to give, kindly give it to us with all your suggestion. The resolution committee shall meet today in the evening 6. We shall consider, and tomorrow we shall come before you with the final thing for your adoption. That is the thing. I conclude, or before I leave the podium, one point I have to say, comrade. In the task part, everything has been written. But one thing which has not been written, but this is to be considered by the WFTU, with heavy heart, I have to say, Mavrikos has firmly said that General Secretary is no more further. So this Congress has to take the decision, okay, if he is not negotiating or not amenable to any suggestion to continue as General Secretary, that without Mavrikos, as of now, we don't foresee the WFTU can run. And when I say about Mavrikos, Mavrikos is the manifestation of an institution what our PAME comrade Peres, in his speech, he has rightly pointed out, I fully support that the role played by PAME, KKE, the militant working class of Greece, and through that only, Mavrikos could push the WFTU to this present height. So, this is also one of our tasks, that Mavrikos may not be General Secretary, but he must play an important role, and for that, an arrangement has to be made. Number one, WFTU also, our central offices. Our central offices, right from Anda to Bazionis to Christopher and all others, comrades I cannot name out for want of time. That is there, Mavrikos is there, the Green working bond together. So therefore, I mean, at least this Congress should take a decision that WFTU headquarters to continue up to next Congress. Certainly it is to continue with the present central office structure in Athens. And I concretely suggest before the conference that Mavrikos, we should assign him a new responsibility to guide the WFTU as honorary president of WFTU. So that is also my concrete suggestion. And this is also a collective task which we don't like to put in writing here, but I'm putting before you for your consideration. I hope I'm well within time. So with this, I formally move the resolution, and whatever we all said, we require response from you, cooperation from you. Democratically, tomorrow morning, we have to adopt here as Rome Declaration, which is the instrument of organization, instrument of struggle in the days to come. With this, I formally place it, and thank you very much for your kind attention and your expected cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade De Broglie. Now the floor is for a comrade from Angola, and after a comrade from Mozambique.
Muito boa tarde, nossos camaradas congressistas. Camarada Mike McCoy.
Good afternoon, comrades, to Comrade President, to Comrade General Secretary George Mavrikos, to Comrade Pardo Lombardi, to comrades. Thank you for inviting us once again. Yes. We had been separated for a moment, but we are once again conquering. And respects to Comrade Cardon. We thought that we were once lost, but the comrade brought us back. We have begun to move forward in labor laws, reducing. One of the demands is to reduce to 35 hours the work week. We are represented before the Ministry of Labor. And we are grateful for the comrades that accompanied us in Durban. I wish to give a gift to Comrade Mike. Please, Comrade Mike. We should give you a gift if possible. It is the flag of Angola for the 18th Congress. Angola thanks you all. As a symbol of the revolution and of socialism and of your work, comrades, I would like to give this as a symbol of a thinker on a road to socialism.
A seguir, não esquecemos também o nosso secretário.
I would like to thank the Comrade General Secretary that has revolutionized, that has helped find the trade union force in Angola. Because that comrade is very disciplined, and he should not be finished with his job as General Secretary. This is a symbol of progress, of revolutionary thought, and I wish to give him this small flag that will always remind him of the firm revolutionary thought of Angola.
Ok, obrigado. Para dizer também que nunca vou esquecer.
We will never forget the revolution, the intense revolution that we would like to recognize Comrade Ulises from the CTC. Please, comrade, please come up.
Se vocês virem bem, no nosso símbolo.
This is a symbol. This is a strange animal in a strange world, but it recognizes this strange yet good comrade that has helped us so much from the CTC of Cuba.
Camarada.
Comrade, organizer, Comrade Paulo, we would like to honor you for receiving us in your home. We had first conversed through WhatsApp, and to honor the USB, we like to gift this flag to our friends that have always collaborated with us, because all the resolutions, you will find that Comrade Paulo has been involved in all the resolutions here today.
Exato. Esta bandeira,
This flag, you see this part, it is revolutionary. The revolution is there. Thank you. We must build a strong youth. And if you permit me, that the youth that we had the first meeting with comrades, with the youth, and that youth is helping us advance forward. Please, may the representatives of the youth please come forward.
Time is finished. Time is finished.
for the young people.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Obrigado.
Thank you, comrade. Long live the WFTU. Long live the WFTU. We will always be strong.
A comrade from Mozambique. And after from Dominican Republic. Only 4 minutes, comrade. Only 4 minutes for each speech. Please. E non present.
Good afternoon, comrades. Comrade President Mike, General Secretary George Mavrikos, to all the comrades and delegates in this 18th Congress, please receive a solidarity salute from the Trade Union Center of Mozambique, which I represent in this moment. We are here to reaffirm our salute against imperialism, capitalism, exploitation. We would also like to homage all the men, women, and youth that are the heart of this organization, which continue to struggle to promote the dignity of the workers, the liberty, the trade union liberty. You know that today the world is hurting. It's socially hurting, economically hurting. There are many opportunities for the workers to reaffirm us, to combat all the forms of exploitation, of capitalism, that promotes wars, that promotes separation, to control the economy, and to be able to sell arms to all. With these words, I would like to end. I would like to remind all of the comrades that contributed so that this Congress could be possible. I'd like to thank all of you for the support, all the personnel, all the staff, the USB, and all the comrades that made this possible. Thank you. Thank you very much. I bring a small remembrance gift to remember to our president, Comrade Mike.
Esta é a camiseta que
This shirt that we used during the 1st of May of 2022.
geral
And to the General Secretary, also a symbol that will help him remember to keep.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Dalla Repubblica Dominicana.
From the Dominican Republic, Niger.
Bueno, buen día, compañero.
Good morning, good day, comrades, all the trade unions of the world, comrades. Greetings to the Presidium and to you, to all the delegates and observers of this 18th Congress of the WFTU. We have the honor to speak to you representing CITA, a trade union with more than 2 decades of affiliation to the WFTU. In similar form, we are the spokesman of the CUT, the center in Dominican. We come from the Dominican Republic, Latin America, a country in the world encrusted in the same sun as described our national poet Pedro Mead. We are before you to express our satisfaction, our remembrance of the General Secretary, Comrade George Mavrikos, for his arduous work that he has carried out for all these years, which as for all the other comrades of the Presidential Council. I would like to thank the leaders of the USB that have accepted us here as if it was our own home. In spite of it has been an excellent treatment, a phenomenal treatment. We all have felt at home. So thank you to all the comrades of the USB. Today, 7th of May, in this 18th Congress, we would like to ratify our dedication to the principles of the WTU for a more just society, a better society. The trade union movement takes up the banner of the working class. We are the majority. We are the ones that produce value. The workers are the ones that produce wealth. In spite of that, the workers are not the ones that choose the destiny of that wealth. And that's why we wish to extend an invitation. The invitation that as a majority, we organize in the political activities with parties, that we be active in the political life of our countries. In order to acquire the administration of the state through democratic means. This, for one last time, as member of the Presidential Council, we were able to hear Comrade Valentin Pacho, a great comrade that was senator in his country, trade unionist. As senator, he legislated in the Congress for the workers of his country. Valentin Pacho is an example to follow, as well as Luis Lula da Silva. They are people we should mimic. To them the glory. Thank you for the lessons. Although we think it would be opportune that the WTU should motivate all the affiliates to participate, to incorporate themselves in the electoral process in their different countries. Even then, we propose that the WFTU build an international committee that observes electoral processes, so that we may observe, refer, and judge the electoral processes in each of our countries, to ensure that the popular will is defended, so that we guarantee the votes of the people in each of our countries. Comrades, forward, that with the strength of the workers and with the strength of the people, we will be victorious. Thank you.
And after Mauritania.
Merci, camarade. Discours.
Thank you, camarade. Du secrétaire général discours du secrétaire général du Niger. Monsieur, dear General Secretary George Mavrikos, dear President Mike, dear participants at this 18th Congress of the WFTU, Brahim Hamadou and myself and Monsieur Issaka Sénégal, nous saluons, we salute you on behalf of the WFT, on behalf of Western Africa. We are very happy to have been here and having agreed, we would like to ask this Congress to take into consideration Issaka Abdou for the Administrative Council and myself as a member of the Presidential Council. Due to the terrorism of Boko Haram and the uncertainty that this causes in Senegal, we think that it is absolutely necessary that in Italy we take a strong resolution in order to put end to this flaw, to this terrible drama that right now plagues Senegal. You know that many schools have burned down, and people are suffering. Thank you very much for your stance. Long live the WFTU, long live socialism. Merci beaucoup.
In the name of Allah and the peace upon Prophet Muhammad, Mr. President, Mr. Mike, and the General Secretary, Mr. George Mavrikos, brothers and sisters, I'm representing Mauritanian Labour Confederation to congratulate you on the work done by WFTU and the implementations and the achievements done by the Federation. And we hope for more success and more achievements that will help us and motivate us to achieve a lot of success. We also praise the international activities and its defense for workers against imperialism and capitalism. After the domination of the US and its allies and what they did for our region. And now they started a war in Russia and Ukraine. And as a result, the working class discovered the plot and the arrogance from the United States and its allies, and we have to hone our activities so that we can confront these dominations. I hope that you will choose a leadership that could face the challenges, and we are in Mauritanian Confederation of Labor are ready to do whatever you like so that we can help this leadership to achieve their proposed goals and to go on the guidelines of WFTU. I can't miss to thank USB for the warm welcome and the warm hospitality. We hope that we all true, and we are ready to sacrifice ourselves. In the General Confederation of Mauritania and in Africa, we are doing our best to press the governments. In order to press the governments to fulfill workers' rights and to look for the material rights of workers, and we have to investigate the problem and to overcome them represented in multinationals, and so that our peoples can benefit from its treasures, and they can get their resources of uranium. And in Cote d'Ivoire, they can also use their treasures, and so that we would live in a world in which peace is prevailing, and also the Palestinian people should enjoy their state with their capital as Jerusalem, and also the brothers in Syria, Libya, and Lebanon, and our brothers in Cuba and Venezuela, and all the countries of the world should enjoy peace and get rid of the arrogant imperialism and the capitalism, and also get rid of multinationals. Long live Mauritanian Labour Confederation, long live WFTU. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best in your... Sorry, I couldn't bring a gift with me, but I come with a present for all of you, with a gift for all of you, that we are supporting you with our heart. From the deep of our heart, we are supporting you and ready to help you for whatever you ask us to do. We are going to help you financially and materially, and will always be behind you in all the international forums. You are always in our hearts and minds, and peace be upon all of you.
Comrade from Lebanon, follow Kazakhstan.
Dear the President of the conference, the President of WFTU, the General Secretary, all people attending here, peace be upon all of you. In the name of Allah, I would like to pass the greetings and ask Allah to rest the souls of the strugglers who passed away while they are defending the workers and liberating the land against the colonization and imperialism. On behalf of Lebanon Confederation of Labor, Al-Wafa Labor Confederation in Lebanon, due to your support and your struggle, and the Lebanon people and its army, in order to be, I'd like to be brief because you know that I have got only 4 minutes. I would like to support and support all what has been said by ICATO General Secretary Mr. Gamal Qadri, and I would like to add some points about what is happening in Lebanon. First of all, I would like to talk briefly about the general situation in Lebanon. As you know, that Lebanon is a republic in the southeast of Asia, and it's on the border is Palestine, the occupied Palestine, and then Syria. Syria is now subjected to aggression from the Zionist, the temporary Zionist identity called Israel. And they would like to dominate the fates and the destiny of our nations and its governments and resources. And this is they are supported by imperialists in the area. And when Lebanon could achieve victory over the imperialists, and they could defend them military, then they began to use the Cold War or the soft war, and now our country reached a situation of deterioration, and so they can use this situation in the parliamentary elections that are going to run next week. The deterioration in Lebanon, economically, financially, and monetary, I think, and in addition to the lack of public services and the high price of commodities and oil and goods due to the inflation and the low wages in 25 months. The current situation is not only because of the economic policies of the governments, but it's the true reason is the intervention from imperialists and from America and the blockage, economic blockage. The intervention in Lebanon situation, in addition to the fact that Lebanon is prevented from getting power stations and the blockage on fuel and energy, and I think this is something very bad. And this, of course, we lost these basic necessities, and as a result, it affected many of the fundamental institutions like hospitals and so on. And so the Lebanon government imported fuel from Iran, and those tankers who move this fuel to our land were protected by us. This invites all of us to consider development and building in our country needs protection. We cannot build without protection. Getting back to the situations and to the priorities and the thesis, I would like to show to I'd like to refer to the fact that the conflict and the domination of the resources for the Yemen people and for the others, I hope that we should show concern to the trade unions in this area, and I hope that after blockage, the Yemen Confederation would ask to be affiliated to WFTU. I hope and I propose that we could achieve victory for the peoples, and I think victory is due to the trade union movement, and the trade union movement is supported by WFTU, and we could last proposal. We would like to propose that the 1st of September is the declaration of the international hope for the trade unions to achieve peace, and I'd like to add and defense and resistance. I would like to add the word resistance. And I hope that George Mavrikos would be the leader and will set up and will call for holding an international forum, and we are ready to host this forum in Lebanon, on the Lebanon-Palestine border. Long live the trade union movement, long live WFTU, long live solidarity. with unity. We are ready with unity. We believe in struggle. We believe in labor. I would like to offer a gift, our emblem, to the General Secretary, expressing struggle and the fight, and I'd like to offer another one to USP.
Madam, USB.
And from USB, a gift for USB.
Word and struct. Thank you.
شكرا لكم.
Now Kazakhstan, the next Serbia.
Дорогие товарищи, мы очень рады видеть в большом составе нашу огромную семью профсоюзов всего мира под эгидой Всемирной Федерации профсоюзов, стоящих на основе классовой борьбы и социализма.
Dear comrades, we are very glad to see our huge family of trade unions of the whole world under the auspices of the World Federation of Trade Unions, standing on the basis of class struggle and socialism in a large composition.
Я буду коротко. Нам всем нелегко. В любой стране мира, поэтому мой краткий доклад не о Казахстане. Вы, как и мы, внимательно следим за тем, что происходит в наших странах, и о том, что происходит в мире.
I will be short. It's not easy for all of us in any country in the world. Therefore, my brief report is not about Kazakhstan. You, like us, are closely monitoring what is happening in our countries and about what is happening in the world.
Буржуазия и капитал, империалисты схватились в смертельной схватке между собой. Пример тому военные конфликты на территории бывших ранее братских республик, территории СССР, которые множатся, и мы должны это остановить.
The bourgeoisie and capital, the imperialists, have engaged in a deadly fight between themselves. An example of this is the military conflicts on the territory of the former Fraternal Republic of the USSR, which are multiplying, and we must stop it. But they use the people and the working class as a tool to achieve their goals.
Стоп. Но они используют народ и рабочий класс как инструмент достижения своих целей. Буржуазия, на наш взгляд, пришла сама к общемировому кризису.
The bourgeoisie, in our opinion, has come by itself to a global crisis.
Они используют солдат и мирное население, которое погибает без вины.
They use soldiers and civilians who die without guilt.
Они застряли в своем противостоянии между собой, борьба за ресурсы и территории.
They are stuck in their opposition to each other, struggle for resources and territories.
Они не в состоянии проводить наступление на рабочий класс.
They are not in a position to carry out an offensive against the working class.
У них недостаточно сил, они замерли в противостоянии социализму.
They don't have enough strength. They froze in opposition to socialism.
Мы просто обязаны усилить свое наступление, когда враги, империалисты и буржуазия воюют между собой.
We simply have to intensify our offensive when the enemies of the imperialists and the bourgeoisie are at war with each other.
Мы обязаны усилить свою солидарность и переходить к решительным действиям, создавать партии и движения, основанные на рабочих профсоюзах, на молодежи, где это возможно.
We must step up our solidarity and take decisive action, create parties and movements based on workers' unions on youth, where possible.
Кризис капитализма неизбежно идет к закату, но мы должны ускорить этот закат. Мы сможем.
The crisis of capitalism is inevitably coming to a close, but we must hasten this sunset. We can.
Нас очень много, мы, возможно, не знаем своей общей силы, но эта сила у нас есть.
There are a lot of us. We may not know our total strength, but we have this power.
И эту силу объединяет Всемирная Федерация профсоюзов, наследник первого в мире социалистического государства под названием СССР.
And this force is united by the World Federation of Trade Unions to their hire to the world's first socialist state called the USSR.
С братским приветом от Казахстана всему рабочему классу в мире.
With fraternal greetings from Kazakhstan to the entire working class in the world.
Мы победим!
We will win!
Так, ну а теперь, Георгиевич. Небольшой подарок, хорошая папка, ручка и USB. И вам тоже.
Serbia, a delegate from Serbia, and after Uruguay, a delegate from Uruguay.
Dear comrades and friends, when I don't speak on my mother language, I will be very short. I want to say hello from Trade Union of Serbia, Sloga. I'm so proud because I'm here. After coronavirus, this is our first big meeting and my first time on the Sum Congress of WFTU. I support work of Comrade George Mavrikos and his team because with his leadership, WFTU have more than 15 million new members of trade union. That is for respect. Today, we live in one sick system, capitalism and imperialism destroying working class all around the world. And only WFTU is a dam for the workers all around the world. It is very hard and very difficult to fight with them. They have money, they have people, they have banks, they have companies, governments, and many other things. We have only solidarity. But solidarity is very important in that fight. My opinion is that we must find a way how to bring in WFTU more members from Europe and North America. That is very important for us. And more young people, because young people is our future. We must protect the women, because women is the pillow of this world. We must be better than ITUC and the other trade union. Long live WFTU, long live all working class all around the world.
Thank you. A delegate from Uruguay. The next, Indonesia. Please.
Sí, buenas tardes, querida compañera.
Yes, good afternoon, comrades, dear comrades. This is a beautiful Congress. First off, salute the dear comrades that have received us as if we were in home. Because, as we said in the beginning, we do not want to distort. But we are happy to meet all of you, but worried. Worried because we came here with very modest intentions to provide towards the construction towards what path to take. You have heard from most of the diagnosis. We have heard the comrades speak about capitalism. What news? But what we need to do is, what tools do we need? How do we build the conditions to stop capitalism? To stop the right? And in that framework, we want to modestly propose a line of work. We respect the decision of the Presidium to limit the intervention, and that we limit one speaker per country. Hopefully in the next Congress, everyone can have enough time to discuss and exchange to have a better synthesis, which is the most important thing. Today, it probably cannot happen, but that's why we said we will be brief. There were countries that had up to 6 interventions, some 3. Maybe some in Latin America, only a few with 4 minutes. Hopefully in another Congress, we do not limit the time, but we make it possible to extend the time, to go on in discussing until night, as it corresponds to politics. A recognition to the comrades of the Presidium. Long live the WFTU. Long live the workers of the world. Honor and glory, comrades, to the WFTU.
The delegate from Indonesia, and after Morocco.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Long life worker struggle. Long life international solidarity. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to WFTU President and WFTU General Secretary, with all brother and sister in WFTU Secretariat. Also for all comrades from USB Italy, who was working very hard to prepare the 18th Congress of WFTU. We also would like to express our expression and strong solidarity to all delegates from around the world who attend this very important Congress physically and virtually. I'm Sunarno with Simon, on behalf of Confederation Kasbi Indonesia, would like to thank for you the opportunity to greet and speak in front of you, the leader of working class movement from all around the world. Dear comrade, as we all know, the 18th WFTU Congress is in the line of my day celebration. Let me send our respect and strong solidarity for all workers around the world, especially for health and essential sector workers for their fight and sacrifice in the front line during pandemic era. Our strong solidarity also goes to millions of workers who also their job and their basic worker during pandemic. One of our big challenge, as we already discussed from time to time, is to organize and attracting young people to join union or progressive movement. Our expression take us that social media plays important role to expanding our campaign and propaganda, especially for young people. Comrades, despite of many obstacles we face during this crisis and pandemic, we believe that we will always move forward and fighting together against capitalism and imperialism. We move and fight together as militant and organized movement under the banner of WFTU. We will continue our fight just like a quote from Putri of Wijitukul. To the oppressor, I never be down. I always stand up. As a closing of my speech, allow me to give a painting of Marsina to WFTU. Marsina is a famous Indonesian worker heroine who killed the Suharto regime on 8 May 1993 because of her fight to defend workers' rights. In Indonesia, we always dedicated my 8th Marsina Day. Until today, Marsina has become an inspiration for workers and many people in Indonesia. Congratulations for the 18th WFTU Congress in Roma. Long live worker struggle, long live WFTU. Salam muda berani militan. Kawan. Comrade.
Okay, thank you. Now, after Bahrain.
Good afternoon, President of WFTU, President of ICATU, comrades in our militant, our comrade in the militant trade union in Italy, USB, which is hosting our Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades which are coming from all over the world. The first thing that I want to say is the speech of the comrade George Mavrikos. The long speech which says the work of 17 years of work and before that, and what is coming after the 17 years. That speech, we must take that speech very serious as a plan for WFTU, because it has the know-how and the main basis for the WFTU, which must continue. It must continue because it makes the difference for WFTU. So that is, from my opinion, is the solidarity with the people's cases, the solidarity with the Palestinian people, the solidarity it is important that it is stable in WFTU. We have the international organization which we are represented there, because there are many here. There are organizations coming from Palestine and from Arab and Maghrebi countries, and we say that we are against the normalization Yes, we are against normalization with Israel. We must be against normalization with Israel with all its kinds. We in Morocco, unfortunately, there were normalization by the past government let's say from the state of Maghreb, from the governing, from the governors in Maghreb. We as trade unions in Morocco, we refuse all kinds of normalization between Morocco and Israel. The WFTU, it is, we are very proud, is a proudly organization, WFTU. It must play its role for strengthen the solidarity between people, between the working class in the international level, and against colonization, the new colonization, against the imperialism and capitalism, aggressiveness, etc., and work for the benefits of working class and for all these, for all the theses that makes working class live freely with dignity, for justice, social justice, meant as, in our opinion, this is something real. We can do it, but we must unite for that, for all the cases that unites us, and for the victory of our people's cases, and for the cases of working class. Viva, viva working solidarity, viva WFTU. Thank you.
Bahrain, and after Somalia. Nobody from Bahrain? No delegate? From Somalia, okay. So, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
I salute you.
General Secretary, World Federation Trade Union, George Mafikos, President, Your Excellency, Michel Mokua Pia, General Secretary of USP, Biabolo Leonardi, all dear colleagues, brothers and sisters in every corner of the world, Somali Federation Trade Union members and committees, and its president sends a greeting to 110 plus million members of World Federation Trade Union who are from 133 countries of the 5 continents. Somalia Federation Trade Union will like to appreciate USP team and General Secretary and their General Secretary for organizing this brilliant venue for 18th World Federation Congress. Somalia Federation Trade Union will also appreciate the General Secretary of World Federation Trade Union, Master George Mephiskos, the President of World Federation Trade Union, Master Michel Mwakiebe, for their tireless advocating, uniting, strangling members of World Federation Trade Union as a working class.
Monaco, Albania, Guyana.
Our trade unions, its headquarters is in Mogadishu and have branches in other parts of the country. Consists of mainly 4 branches: Somalia Public Workers, Somalia Agricultural Workers Union, Somalia Punk Workers Union, Somalia Local Government Workers Union combined. Have organized and attended and done both public and private workers for the discussed below. We have made employee pay credits and salaries. Since the collapse of the former regime of Siad Barre, the country, the working class there was no place to come together, but later on we have refurbished after 2010 that made it to now to bring this to correct the salaries and the great pay credits. We also have worked the health safety in workplace since Somalia has been in anarchy and in trouble place for the last 30 years, and now is coping up from what happened for the last years. Now, Somalia, in our organization, we have a problem when it happens like explosions in Somalia, that is insecurity, and we have missed some dear friends of us, our working classes, every time and every day. Also, we have participated in making a policy law for private workers, and which is ongoing project. We have advocated for the last pandemic COVID-19, more than 400 above workers who have missed their work after the employers or the capitalism have lowered their secretaries. And finally, we have succeeded on it.
Time.
Really, and I'm about to finish my long speech. I want to shorten my speech. And we have also assisted international workers who came to Somalia by giving security awareness and where to go safe areas. And all this, we have done it. We have also done building community youth to revive the education system. Thank you. I'll say long life WFTU, long life WFTU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comrade from Bahrain. And Kogo Kapega. DPR Korea. Sorry. After Kapenga, DPR Korea or Bahrain.
Très chers camarades congressistes.
Dear comrades, participants, we have only 4 minutes. But we are going to try in this very few minutes, excuse me, these very few minutes to present a number of proposals. Quelques proposals au Conseil présidentiel. we cannot naturally go to these recommendations without thanking this distinguished assembly of the 18th Congress of the WFTU, which is the fruit of a hard and difficult work. First of all, of the General Secretary that has worked hard to organize this Congress, and this has not been easy at all. Of course, our host, Pier Paolo Leonardi, and the USB, all the workers, men and women of the USB are commendable, since it is through their sacrifice that we have had this Congress. We should applaud them. I think you are all tired. The 18th Congress of the WFTU. Long live Amanda. We would like to also thank, from the bottom of my heart, the Comrade General Secretary, George Mavrikos, because today you have already seen how many presents he has gotten. He's ready to say bye. After many years of very hard work, we see in the posters that are actually that are hanging around the room how important his work has been. Today, we have to work even harder at the grassroots, even if we are under attack by capitalism, by yellow trade unions. We should remember that the basis of the working movement is a very important, conquest. And for that reason, we are now here gathered today, united. We have 133 country members, and this has not been easy at all. It has taken years and years of very hard work. We have regional offices, we have sub-regional offices, and they are the pillars of our future expansion. The expansion of the WFTU. We have international unions, and today their work and their presence is actually expanding all over the world, all over the sectors. And our struggle has to continue. It has to go on. We have said that time and time again, because we have a wedding in front of us. We have a marriage, a match between the capitalists and the International Confederation of Syndicates. They're doing everything to attack FSM. There's nothing they haven't done. And we have to be strong against them. We have to fight with comrades. You have, I think that most of the speeches you have heard have recognized that the WFTU has made big steps forward. And nobody has complained about the lack of means. And there is a lack of means, but we still have to continue to struggle. And the fact that we don't have means is due to the fact that most of the countries, most of the governments support the Confederation of Syndicates. It is a struggle, therefore. It is a fight, and we have to continue to fight this fight. We have to be strong, and we have to participate actively, and it has to be also a financial participation and support. And I think that we also need a council, because at the stage we are now, we have to be with rationalists. We have to be rationalists. There's no other way to actually put into reality our principles that are based on the thoughts of big thinkers, such as, for example, Karl Marx. I think that I have a proposal, and that proposal is the following, and we would like to present it to this distinguished assembly. So, we would like, therefore, to benefit from the experience of the General Secretary. Despite the fact that he's going away, we would like him to stay active and to play an important role. And we think that he has to stay with the WFTU as advisor, in order to support us in our every idea, in our every decision. Amanda. Long live the 18th Congress of the WFTU. Let us not be tired. We're here to work.
In Korea, after Chile. DPR Korea. Get ready, Chile. Get ready.
Esteemed comrade, George Mavrikos, the General Secretary of the WFTU. Esteemed comrade, Michael Makueba, the President of WFTU. Esteemed comrades of the Presidium of the 18th World Trade Union Congress. Dear comrades, distinguished delegates and colleagues, I'm very pleased to extend the militant greetings from all the Korean working class and trade union members to the 18th Congress of WFTU upon authorization of the Central Committee of the General Federation of the Trade Unions of Korea. For the past 5 years, since the 17th World Trade Union Congress, the WFTU and its progressive affiliates of different countries achieved huge successes in their active struggles and trade union activities, overcoming all the challenges and difficulties. The WFTU dynamically supported and encouraged all the progressive peoples aspiring to the independence against aggression and intervention imposed by the imperialists, and played its role in a responsible manner to defend the rights and interests of the working peoples under the severe situation when the pandemic sweeps all over the world. On behalf of all the Korean working class and trade union members, by taking this opportunity, I'd like to manifest a firm support and militant solidarity with the WFTU leadership and all its affiliates and friends, as well as all the working peoples of the world in their full devotion to the sacred mission, holding aloft the banner of anti-imperialist independence. Dear comrades, delegates, and colleagues, for the past 5 years, the Korean working class and trade union members, under the sanctions and blockades viciously imposed by the imperialists and in the worst adversity created due to the worldwide pandemic crisis, have waged vigorous struggles to safeguard the self-existence of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the safety of the Korean people, and realize the national socio-economic development and the improvement of the living standard of the people. The might of the unity that all people absolutely trusted in the Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPR Korea, and firmly united in one destiny, represents the invincible power of our republic and the resource of the immeasurable strength with which we can advance towards more bright future, smashing every challenge and difficulties. Dear comrades and distinguished delegates and colleagues, I fully believe that the WFTU and Progress trade union organizations of different countries in the world who are now sending invariable support and solidarity to the Korean working class and trade union members in their struggle will bitterly denounce and condemn the undisguised war plot of aggression of the United States and the South Korean puppet, and strongly support and encourage our struggle for the just cause. We regard that the thesis priorities to be adopted in this Congress is a significant document elucidating goals of struggles, direction of activities of the WFTU for the coming 5-year period. The General Federation of the Trade Union in Korea, under the ideal of independence, peace, and friendship, will thoroughly implement the tasks of the 18th Congress of the WFTU and wage vigorous struggles for building a new world where popular masses, including the working class, are masters, and further strengthen the internationalist unity and militant solidarity with all WFTU's affiliates and colleagues in its realization. Long live the 18th World Trade Union Congress. Long live the World Federation of Trade Unions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, comrade. Chile, and after Czech Republic.
Comrades of the Presidium of the Presidency, Comrade Mike and General Secretary, comrades delegates of the 18th Congress, receive each one of you a fraternal greetings from the Chilean delegation, and also from the class trade unionism that still lives and struggles in our country. We would also like to say that give an immense greetings Pier Paolo Lombardi for the excellent conditions which he has prepared for this Congress. We would also like to manifest our solidarity with the people and the government of Cuba before the unfortunate death of workers in the accident that occurred yesterday in Cuba. We would also like to say that we agree with the new policy, a policy of adjustments without any major improvement of the incomes of workers, and the policies of administration of extreme poverty that the international organizations administer is not a progressive policy, as they have made us thought. There's no bonuses, no free money that changes the world. Rather, profound changes that change the appropriation of wealth that the workers create. These policies only increase exploitation and nature, destroy nature. What occurs in our country is that after 30 years of social democratic governments and right wings, 1% of the population still takes 49% of the wealth every year, 1%. This very situation occurs in many of the countries of Latin America and the world, for which we have heard from our comrades. The pandemic has worsened the situation, as it has been well noted in the proposals. There's been more concentration of wealth than we've ever known, less rights for the workers, more precarization. And as it's stated in our thesis, in the name of protecting employment. There is a policy that devalorizes work, so that ones can work and the others don't, so that some do not have to work and others live in misery. We need democratic unions with mass character and class character that can be converted into the schools of the workers, of the class struggle and social struggle. It's not enough simply to struggle. We clearly need to understand we need the transformation of the capitalist society, a new society, what we call socialism or some other name. We must have the ears, as the theses say, the eyes towards the workers, towards the base of the trade unions, towards the place of work, and also towards those sectors that still in 2021, in the 21st century, has not been able to be organized in trade unions and fight for its rights. We must be honorable and coherent, constantly against the struggle against bureaucracy, elitism, and corruption that has opened a path throughout the world. The thesis clearly do correctly state that unemployment and privatization opposing these policies should be the center of our struggles. To respect the time, to be brief, I would like to say that the struggle continues. We aspire to be victorious next to our peoples and next to the peoples of the world. Thank you, comrades.
Czech Republic. The next, Tunisia.
Drazí soudruzi, bratři, dovolte, abych vás co nejsrdečněji pozdravil a soudruha generálního tajemníka George Mavrikose jménem odborářů třídně orientované pracující třídy v České republice.
Dear comrades, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and on behalf of Trade Union Association of Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia, we would like to say our fraternal greetings to participate of 18th WFTU Congress and to our hospital organization USB Italy and our General Secretary George Mavrikos. We are speaking on behalf of Trade Union Association of Bohemia, Moravia and Silesia, Czech member organization of WFTU and only class-oriented trade union in former Czechoslovakia space. As you know, Czechoslovakia was one of founding countries of WFTU and one of places where had WFTU its headquarters. I would like to say that I am very proud that I was born in Czechoslovakia. I think it was very justice country supported WFTU that time in the socialist era, supported our Cuban comrades. Che Guevara have Czech gun, and supporting Palestinians, Syrians, and all fraternal nation. But what I should tell about current situation in Czech Republic. Czech Republic is not anymore Czechoslovakia, and I am not proud about situation there. about situation in which we are living, about conditions which prepare us 30 years of so-called left wings or populist or right-wing governments. Because what is these last 30 years of this kind of governments? It is governments of oligarchy, governments of permanently betrayal of people, governments to making people poor and unhappy and without future. If you want to live good in Czech Republic, you should be very loyal to this regime. You should be loyal to bourgeoisie, loyal to oligarchy. You will live dignified life if you will be boss or dog of this boss, because dog of these bosses are receiving more care than our working class, than our seniors, than our young people, than our young families. And now, what is Czech Republic? Czech Republic is just satellite of NATO pact. Who is managing life in Czech Republic? Czech government? Not. Ask Volkswagen concern. Ask how it's dealing that Czech policy is only, we have many political parties, but what is this political spectre? It is about 2 or 3 fractions of oligarchy. How it's managing Czech future? By call of German Chancellor, by fax from United States administration, or by some direction from Tel Aviv, or now by directions of Ukrainian ambassador in Czech Republic. I feel that we are some branch of Ukraine, of this disgusting regime. Our government is like branch of Kiev government. Our government is sending weapons to Ukraine. We are caring about Ukrainian people. We are caring about Ukrainian right wing, in contrary of missing care to Czech people, of missing care to Czech working class. Who from Czech working class are receiving all this social help, all these social flats? I will tell you, nobody. You know how it's level of democracy. Now it's strong censorship in Czech Republic. Yes, it is same Czech Republic, same space which was Czechoslovakia, where was WFTU, where we were living dignified life. Now,
Comrade, time.
Yeah. Now this chairman of our parliament is saying, without any family experience, we will make this maternal vacation shorter because employers. I will tell you, we are coming back before 50s or 60s. But we are facing a class-oriented trade union situation that we are without allies, because this our so-called left is just for kidding, and they are betrayals of traitors of working class. But I would like to say we are fighting for future, and our ally is not any so-called left wing or any populist organization, but working class. Let me just say 1 or 2 sentences only.
2 sentences, too much.
First, I am very happy to participate this Congress, and it's my personal message. I am very happy that I can be here in time of my birthday, which is tomorrow. Like thank you, Czech Victory Day over fascism. But second message is more important. I would like to say, on behalf of Czech class-oriented trade union, big thank you to our General Secretary, George Mavrikos, for his work. He is always telling me nothing, we are making collective work, and so. I know, but your contribution is so big. And all these results of all these numbers are your big work. And thank you for your work for Renaissance, for your contribution to Renaissance of working class movement, and for your support to our not big or small organization in Czech Republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrade.
Long live WFTU, long live USB, and long live working class.
Thank you. Now, Tunisia, and after Austria.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, brothers and sisters, representatives of the 18th Congress of WFTU, comrades from USB, thank you for making this Congress. Thank you for hospitality. Me and UJT, sorry, there is something I can't understand. We thank our very big trade union standing. Sorry, I can't translate. For social justice and standing with the standing with the working class, especially from the poor countries, which they are preparing the end of the working class, which poor people is being more poor and rich people more rich. We want to defend the life with dignity. We want to defend poor people. The principles of WFTU are winning because of the stable thesis and stable principles that had WFTU. Countries which are away from WFTU still need the light of WFTU, and we must work to reach those countries. The Palestinian case is still the main case of all free people all around the world. It needs our solidarity. Sorry, there is something now. Also, COVID-19. Sorry, they are stopping him. Okay, during COVID, nah.
قلبا وقالبا شكلا ومضمونا. ما زالت دول أخرى أصدقائي كثيرة بحاجة إلى إنارة طريقها والوقوف مع شعوبها من أجل تمكينها من حريتها واستقلالها واستقرارها وتطورها صحيا واقتصاديا واجتماعيا. بلدان عربية، بلدان من إفريقيا، بلدان من أمريكا اللاتينية، بلدان آسيوية ومن كل بقاع الأرض حتى يتحقق السلام العالمي والحياة الكريمة المرجوة للجميع. نريد منكم كذلك مزيد الوقوف مع النقابات الناشئة والفتية والتي تحمل وتمضي وتعمل وفقا لمبادئ الاتحاد العالمي للنقابات حتى نستطيع الاعتماد على نفسها والوقوف على رجليها. نريد التأكيد كذلك على ضرورة وضع فصول قانونية دولية لازمة وملزمة للدفاع عن حق التنظم النقابي وحق المساهمة في المفاوضات الاجتماعية وحق المساهمة في المحافظة على مكاسب وحقوق العمال والدفاع عن التراجعية والتلاعب بها. عاش الاتحاد العالمي للنقابات ونضالاته، عاش المنظمة التونسية للشغل، عاش النضال الطبقي، عاشت القضية الفلسطينية، وعاش كل القضايا الشرعية والعادلة، عاش الإنسانية، وعاش التضامن بين كل الأحرار وكل شعوب العالم، وعاش السلام العالمي. وشكرا. بلا تشاو بلا تشاو.
Dear comrades, okay, all of us, we are tired, and I think it was useful break to be calm. But the situation in Tunisia, it is among our members complicated. We have two organizations, but each one among them, they are like enemies. It was their task to decide who one will be in Presidium and address. No, it was not our task. But it was difficult, impossible to decide. Also, it was not serious if 1 minute one and next give one another minutes. And also, the picture, it is like this. The next leader of our next organization, he came just now here, and because other union from his country spoke from the podium, he said later that I left from WFTU because of this. If, comrade, you left for this, we don't need you here, because here we are with our values, with our positions, not because we are here to speak from the podium.
FSM. So we go on. Thank you, comrade. Austria. And after Monaco.
Dear comrades, at first I will thank to USB, to the headquarters of WFTU, to all who make this possible to hold the 18th Congress of WFTU in Rome. And a special thanks to Comrade Georgi Mavrikos for all what...
Comrade, please.
And special thanks to Georgi Mavrikos for all what you have done for WFTU in all these years. I hope that the pandemic crisis will come to an end, but also during this crisis, many capitalists make extra profits. The question now is who should pay for the crisis, the working class? Austria is not a country with many strikes, but now we have many employees, many workers of hospitals, of the healthcare sector on the streets to fight for better working conditions. We will be also there with our members in the sector, but with our class-oriented positions, with the flags of the left bloc and also with the flags of WFTU. Now we have many refugees from the Ukraine in Austria, and they will get many support and help. It's important also to help them, but all refugees in Austria need the same support. This cannot be a question of their nationality. We are against war. Since its foundation, WFTU fights against fascism, fights for peace. We support the proposal to make the 1st of September to a trade unionist action day for peace. Dear comrades, I can remember that in 2006 the Social Democratic leadership of the Austrian Trade Union Federation asked if there is a possibility that WFTU will be a part of the ITUC, so that there will be only one so-called trade union federation in the world. But we are not Dubai. The answer was clear, this is not possible because only the World Federation of Trade Unions is on the side of the working class. We don't need a so-called social partnership with the capitalists. Dear comrades, let us fight together against imperialism, against exploitation. The future will be with us. Long live the international solidarity, long live WFTU. Thank you.
Thank you. Monaco. Thank you, comrade. Monaco. Follow Albania.
Chers camarades, bonjour. C'est une fierté d'être devant vous aujourd'hui.
Dear comrades, hello. I am really proud to be here. In Monaco, many believe that it is a paradise, but it is a paradise only for the rich, those who exploit the people, those who exploit the workers. We have 35,000 inhabitants, among the richest of the world. We have also a trade union confederation that wants to fight against the capitalism and capitalist exploitation. we associate ourselves with our colleagues in Italy. You should know that next to the riches of the world, the rich people of the world, there are also people that suffer. There are workers that have no work and that are hungry and live in misery. There are employees that are made redundant just like that, without reason, because it is allowed by the law. There are workers in the sector of hospitals, in public health care, that are completely exhausted and burnt out because there is no replacement for them. There are workers that do not know how to make both ends meet. Monaco speaks about ecology and the protection of the environment. Despite that, the wealthy people, inhabitants of Monaco, with their yachts, with their big houses, exploit the environment and do not care at all for its protection. And right now, we have opened our doors even more to wealthy people. The war has even more accentuated the profits of these people. So, in the name of the Union of Trade Unions of Monaco, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank the WFTU for having accepted us here. It is our first Congress. I assure you that we will continue to fight. We will continue to fight in the very center of the capitalist system, because we know that there is a social regression. Long live the WPF, long live the workers' solidarity. Thank you.
From Albania, Guyana.
Io italiano. I want to speak in Albanian language because it's the unique language and is translated from there.
Dear delegate, brothers and sisters, participants in this great assembly of the 18th Congress of the World Trade Union, I greet you all from the bottom of my heart. I have the pleasure and honor to participate in this World Trade Union Congress, and thanking the organizers and especially the Secretary General of the World Trade Union, the tireless leader, George Mavrikos. I wish good luck and success to the 18th Congress World Trade Union. I come from a small country, like Albania, and represent the Organization of Independent Trade Union of ILO Patos. Our union is a member of the WFTU Balkan countries, where we have found the solidarity of unions from the Balkans. But in this event, I also want to express the problems and the aggravated situation related to the discriminatory forms and the violation of trade union rights by the government and corrupt employers. A medieval inquisition type of rape exercised against our unions by the corrupt Albanian judiciary linked to the organized crime. Employees of the oil industry in Albania live under the terror of losing their jobs, as the oil industry is being destroyed every day, increasingly more. A few months ago, this crowd dismantling of the Bosch deep oil refinery began, leaving over 1,000 employees unemployed. The corrupt oligarchs of power, after stealing over 600 million from this refinery, are selling it in now for scrap. We have about 15 years that the legal representative of our union has remained at the doors of the courts in defense of the legitimate union interests. in protection of workers unfairly fired, in protection of union property, which they are seeking to steal from mafia oligarchs, linked to and collaborating with the corrupt government and criminal judiciary in Albania. Corrupt prosecutors and judges and criminals linked to corrupt political power and the organized crime filed false charges and organized illegal dictatorial type arrests of OSPN Pato Secretary General. The sole purpose of these corrupt prosecutors, judges and criminals are in the service of the corrupt government and of the organized crime, theft of the legitimate property of the OSPN. The greatest evil of trade unionism everywhere in the world comes from pseudo-syndicalism. Pseudo-syndicalism is the pandemic that paralyzes the trade union movement everywhere. Some pseudo-unionists, ordinary thieves, are appointed at the head of some unions by the corrupt state power in Albania, have abused the law, alienating, stealing the property of the unions. Delegate brothers and sisters, what I will tell you will seem banal to you, but in the Albanian government there is no Ministry of Labor to be engaged in labor and social issues. The so-called Ministry of Labor has been transformed into a director at the Ministry of Finance. The development of a state is based on work and not on drug trafficking or by opening the ways of illegal emigration for the Albanian youth who have taken the roads of Europe and the world looking for a job. The world is changing, social relations are evolving, and new and great challenges are emerging from the world trade union movement, which it has to face every day. ILO conventions ratified by many countries of the world in the protection of trade union rights and freedoms are not being implemented. The ILO has become a bureaucratic institution and does not take any action to protect trade union rights and freedoms violated by state authorities as in Albania. The common cause for WFTU is class-oriented, united, democratic, modern, independent internationalism. Under these conditions, WFTU bears a heavy burden in its mission. In the protection of trade union rights and freedoms, the unification of all trade unions, progressive forces in this great cause. I wish you once again, all delegates, participants in this great assembly of the 18th Congress of the World Trade Union, every success in this Congress. Long live the World Federation of Trade Unions.
Grazie Guyana e Dafter Panama.
Comrades of the Presidium, comrades all, our union, the Ghana Agriculture and General Workers Union, is pleased to have this opportunity to address this important Congress of the WFTU. We extend a fraternal embrace and greetings of solidarity to all comrades attending this Congress. We are certain from our collective discussions the WFTU will emerge stronger as it champions the cause of the world's working people. We must also extend our appreciation to our comrades of USB, who have spared no effort to ensure the success of this Congress. Comrades, the threat of a third world war looms closer, and the conflict raging in Eastern Europe has the potential to expand. Our union remains opposed to war, as ultimately it is the people who stand to be the gravest victims. The theater of war has been a helpful distraction to the forces of imperialism, who are now pointing to the quest to maintain world peace. At this time, they are facing mounting challenges as people grapple with rising inequality, inflation, unemployment, and ecological degradation. Recently, we have learned that the world's richest have doubled their wealth since the emergence of COVID, whereas the incomes of the 99% of the world's people has declined. Though wealth is increasing, unemployment remains acute. Global unemployment will reach 207 million persons this year, 21 million more prior to the pandemic. And since 2020, 30 million more have been pushed into extreme poverty. The situation we recognize may grow dire, as world food prices have risen by over 20% in the last year. Ironically, food prices have reached unprecedented level when food production is reaching new highs. At the ecological level, we see rich countries responsible for an estimated 92% of excess historic emissions. At its core is a highly extractive economic model based on grossly carbon-intensive growth, which largely meets the needs of those already rich, but loading the greatest risk onto those living in poverty. Though the situation remains daunting, we see renewed fight back among the working class and their allies. In several countries, workers' struggles for betterment are growing stronger. All of them are important for the workers as they highlight their problems and demands, make them realize their strength, and help them to gain experience. We recognize genuine people's struggles to address the soaring concerns of our times. Peoples are confronting the ruling elite in the world based on equality, social justice, and environmental preservation. They're demanding a safe future for all humanity. We need systematic solutions, of course, reverse of disastrous privatization of finance, of knowledge, of public services and utilities, of natural resources. But we also need accessible fiscal policies like taxation of the wealthy and multinationals. And we need to undo structural inequalities of gender, race, ethnicity, and caste. Comrades, these developments place greater responsibilities on the WFTU, and we expect that it would continue to take a leading role in the global working class, democratic, anti-imperialist, and peace struggles presently underway. Without downplaying the road to fight poverty, austerity, and inequality, all products of the capitalist system, we believe the questions of world peace and climate change require our urgent attention. The working class is on the move. The change we have been dreaming of and fighting for may be drawing closer and closer to realization. We urge the WFTU leadership to seize every opportunity to bring it about. Forward to our successes. Long live the WFTU.
Thank you. Panama, and after Cambodia.
Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas.
Good afternoon, comrades, virtually and in person. Good afternoon, comrades of the Presidium. Comrades, Comrade George Mavrikos, General Secretary, has demonstrated throughout the years what it means to be a true leader. For us from Panama, from the Technical Federation, the Central Union of Panama, and another federation affiliated to the FSIM, it's an honor to be present, but also to give a warm hug to the General Secretaries from our General Secretary, which could not be present. We will respect the time, but at the same time ratify that we support the thesis that was provided to all of us. We support the renovation of our authorities, creating an agile structure that responds to necessities of the millions of workers, especially those affiliated to the WFTU, especially in the sub-regions, and to organize the necessary mechanisms. We need to improve communication, the exchange of information, in order to build unity. And through programs of training, political and ideological training, based on the firm principles of the WFTU since its foundation. So from Panama, we put at the disposition the process of the trade union education, and we have been doing so for many years now. And so from Panama, we support and ratify, at the same time, reinforce our solidarity acts against the capitalist barbarism. As to mention some examples, Syria, Palestine, Venezuela, Nicaragua, but especially the heroic people of Martí, of Fidel, Cuba, heroic Cuba, that in spite of so many injustices and the pandemic, Cuba is still here. That is dignified to remember. Give an applause to the comrades of Cuba. I would like to note that all the countries present and virtually, that we should reinforce the political and ideological work with the youth and the women. So that way those they may assume the combative and classist positions of the WFTU. And so they can be a part of our organizations. Long live the WFTU. Thank you, comrades.
And after Ernesto Cazanas, Coordinator Regional Office of Latin America. Ah, ma Cambogia, Cambogia? Cambogia? Okay.
Buenas tardes, estimados camaradas May y Mauricio, presidente y
It is the comrade from Cuba. Here are his greetings to all of you. Comrades, delegates, present and virtual. Receive from the Sub-Regional Office of Latin America and the Caribbean a classist and revolutionary salute dedicated to the working class of our region and the sub-regions, with the conviction to strengthen our dear WFTU. Office that only a couple days ago reached 32 years of age, 21 years of age, as a result of the 12th Congress of WFTU in 1990 of Moscow, in Moscow. Based on that mission, two good comrades that came before me had the responsibility to carry out the destiny of this office. Currently, the comrade Jose Ortiz is present, which was the first coordinator. And in the eternity, the comrade Ramon will always be remembered, which always is present for us. Comrades, by studying the content of the theses and resolutions, as well as the interventions made by the delegates and the extraordinary intervention of the comrade Mike and comrade Mavrikos, one of the elements fundamental that we should strengthen is the articulation between the regional unions, to make synergy between the trade unions. The trade union is not made in the structures. It's done in the place of work, it's done in the school, in the cafeteria, in the planes. It functions not only to join, to meet. The point is to organize, mobilize, and prepare and defend the interests of the working class. Comrades, with faith to victory and with our dedication, we will take the resolutions of the Congress to our trade union bases. Long live the WFTU. Long live the working class, the class, until victory.
Comrade Zelal Tarki. Zelal Tarki. Comrade Papa Nicolau, TY Construction. No. President of NEHAU. Hemalata, India.
Comrade Adda.
Comrades, first of all, I congratulate USB of Italy for hosting this conference amidst very difficult times. Second is we, on behalf of CITU, we support the General Secretary's report totally and the formulations made in that. And the note was good. The presentation by Comrade Mavrikos, the General Secretary, it was even excellent. I think that the contents of the presentation of Comrade Mavrikos should be translated and taken to the lowest level of all our cadres, so that that will give the perspective of the WFTU. The comrades can understand, our members, our activists and cadres can understand the perspective of WFTU, and that will help in expansion of the organization. And I also support the proposal of Comrade Devrai that Comrade Mavrikos should continue to guide the organization. We all know the excellent work that has been done under his leadership. So he should, in some position, what Devrai suggested is honorary president, or some position, he should continue to guide the organization. And another thing which I want to inform you is that our organization, CITU, we had a working committee meeting recently where we discussed the present situation, where a lot of struggles are taking place all over the world. We all reported here also strikes and struggles. But these struggles and strikes, I think our understanding also was that, the understanding of our organization, that these will be effective if we remember the teaching, observation of Lenin, that strikes are schools of war, where the working class identifies its enemy, identifies its friends, and directs the struggle towards against the enemy. And I think that is the understanding of the WFTU. If we can conduct, there are a lot of weaknesses in that, what we feel in our country, in our organization also. All the strikes are not conducted in that manner. We had 21 strikes against the neoliberal policies in our country. But even today, when it comes to choose, the workers are choosing the same political parties which are implementing the same policies. So that needs to be changed. So for that, if we can make the workers understand who are their real enemies and who are their friends, and what are the policies pursued by the different political parties, and what is the need to change the society to end exploitation, and what is the role of the working class in that struggle. I think with that understanding, if we can conduct the strikes, it will be, I think that the aim of WFTU, the objective of WFTU can be achieved. Because the time is short, I am concluding. Thank you.
Thank you. President of NEAU, and after Zirin, USA. Zirin.
Thank you very much, Comrade Cynthia, the Program Director. Greetings to the President of WAFTO, Comrade Mike, and the General Secretary, Comrade Mavrikos, members of the Presidium, the Presidential Council, and the members of Secretariat, the Congress delegates present here and those who are watching and joining the Congress through visual. We greet on behalf of our members and want to say that most of our input will have been given by our President of COSATU, Comrade Zingiswa Lozi. We stand here to affirm the declaration as presented. We affirm it mostly because it captures the theme of the Congress that talks about the satisfaction of the contemporary needs, the fight against imperialism, capitalist barbarism, which underlines the relentless struggle waged by the WAFTO against imperialism, fighting in defense of the rights of working people, for the improvement of the wages, the rise of the social security, the housing, the health and education. It highlights the struggles by millions of our members against the destructive rate of monopolies, the employers, the reactionary bourgeoisie governments who have embraced the neoliberal dogma of privatization of the state and public services, who on a daily basis take away the livelihoods of workers and their rights. It also underlines the common struggle by working people against the barbarism of capital and its multinationals' offensive against working people. We support the declaration, particularly on the establishment of the International Committee on the Rights of Workers, of collective bargaining, and the rights to strike. We want to support the proposal by the SDR of Russia that the trade union movement that belongs to BRICS countries, Brazil, China, Russia, and South Africa, must also participate in the summits of the trade union summit of BRICS. This is important for the workers' movement to shape their future as those who oppress the workers are united themselves across the globe. We stand in this context in solidarity with the rights of Palestinian people, of the Basque countries, with workers in Nicaragua, in Galicia, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Libya, in Western Sahara. We also stand and we support the workers in Cyprus in their demands for a bi-communal, bi-zonal federal solution with political equality of the two communities as described by the United Security Council resolutions. We take this opportunity to congratulate and pay tribute to the General Secretary, who is outgoing, Comrade George Mavrikos, for his sterling work in building the militant, the vibrant, and the fighting Federation WFTU. We support all the resolutions that have been taken here, and we plan to continue to rebuild the Federation of Class Consciousness to fight fascism, xenophobia, and all the social progresses that Comrade George Mavrikos have built on the minds of the militias across the globe. Finally, we want to thank and appreciate and congratulate SIGTU, not SIGTU, sorry, USB. The General Secretary, if you will come forward, please. We, as South African delegation, having hosted the 17th Congress in Durban in South Africa, now hand over the baton, hand over the banner to you as a host country today, together with Comrade George Mavrikos. Comrade, come forward and receive our banner. We are saying from Durban to Rome. We are saying from South Africa to Italy. This is all the affiliates of South Africa. They have signed, they have put their name, and they are handing this banner to yourself. Thank you very much. Long live WFTU, long live. Long live the working class solidarity, long live. Mandla.
Via, su, non ci fate perdere tempo. Dai, già me l'ha mandato lui a me. Thank you. Sirin, USA. And the next, Sotirola, General Secretary, PEO, Cyprus.
Comrades, I bring greetings from AFSCME 3800, the union of 1,200 workers at the University of Minnesota in the United States. 2 years ago, our local voted to affiliate with FISA and the WFTU because we are committed to building class struggle unionism and international solidarity of the working class. We join with the Roofers Union as the second union to affiliate from the United States. In the U.S. labor movement, there are three ideological trends. There's a small number of class struggle-oriented unions who recognize that we must fight the boss, but also fight against the capitalist system and for socialism. Second, there are business unionists, class collaborationists. The vast majority of the U.S. unions are run on business unionist models. And there is a growing influence of what I call labor liberals. They are mostly college graduates and have never held jobs as workers, but instead are staff in unions. These people have brought an NGO approach and ideology into the labor movement. They criticize the business unionists for being conservative, but fear class struggle and militancy. They talk about progressive politics, but do not have class consciousness. They think that a strike is just a protest of workers. They don't trust workers to lead our own fights. They tightly control campaigns as PR actions. This mentality is a growing phenomenon and threat within the U.S. labor movement, and quite honestly is winning the battle of ideas, and we have to fight back against that and build a much stronger class struggle orientation within the U.S. The pandemic in the U.S. has been incredibly hard for the working class. It has been particularly devastating on women, who are the majority of the highest risk essential workers. The majority of service sector workers who lost their jobs during the pandemic were women, and women face the additional burden of being primary caregivers for families, as well as doing the majority of unpaid household labor. In May of 2020, George Floyd was murdered by the Minneapolis police 6 blocks from my house, in a neighborhood where hundreds of members of my union live. People took to the streets in protest, especially black, brown, and white working class youth. They marched to the police precinct and they burned it down. They also ransacked the Target store nearby. Target is headquartered in Minneapolis, and that store is where they test all of their surveillance and security measures targeting African American and Latino youth. The people of Minneapolis rose up and inspired people around the United States and the world to rise up. I believe that the recent uprising against police killings have inspired the multinational working class to stand up and fight for their rights as workers. In the last 2 years, there has been an incredible surge in workers forming unions in the U.S. Grad students at 3 major research universities, dozens of bookstore workers, even Apple has been unionizing, and across the country, workers at Starbucks are winning union elections every day. And I encourage you to talk to our comrade Angel, who is here, about her experience. She helped to organize the first union at Starbucks and was fired because she was such a threat to the company. There are now 5,000 Starbucks workers who are unionized. The other significant win is the recent victory at the New York Amazon warehouse, where 8,000 workers have just won the first union at Amazon in the U.S. The important theme running through all of these elections is that these fights are being won because workers are carrying out militant struggle, and they are working to build class consciousness. The Amazon labor union leadership studied closely the writings of William Z. Foster, historic U.S. communist labor leader. Last summer and fall, hundreds of thousands of workers went on strike at Kellogg's, John Deere, Frito-Lay, Nabisco, the University of Illinois, Chicago, and more. The strikes captured the imagination not only of other workers, but even the media, who dubbed it Striketober. And each strike inspires the next. In March, 4,000 Minneapolis educators shut down the Minneapolis public school system for 3 weeks with their recent strike. They mobilized not only their members, but other students, other union students, parents, and community members to be part of the struggle. Comrade David, who is here, helped to lead that strike, and I encourage you to talk to him about it. A final important development in the U.S. is the new leadership for the Teamsters Union. Sean O'Brien won the elections in coalition with Teamsters for a Democratic Union, a rank-and-file militant grouping within the Teamsters. This is significant because the contract at UPS, the single largest union contract in the country, covering 130,000 workers, is expiring in 2023. They are already talking about and organizing for a strike. It will shut down the logistics industry nationwide. We need to build unions that have a class struggle perspective, that ensure workers define and lead our own fights, that are democratically run, that are internationalist in nature. More and more workers in the U.S. are fighting to transform our unions and put them on a class struggle basis, and the future is bright because we have the WFT to look to for inspiring workers in the U.S. and around the world to stand up and fight for a better world. Thank you to the WFTU, and thank you to the USB for hosting this Congress. Long live the WFTU. Long live proletarian internationalism. Thank you.
Now the floor is for Sotirola, General Secretary PEO Cyprus, followed Eric Selini, General Secretary TUI Chemi Energy.
Comrades, colleagues and friends, it is a real honor for me to address for the first time as the General Secretary of the Pacific Federation of Labour, the WFTU Congress. And first of all, allow me to thank our Italian colleagues from USB for hosting the Congress and for their crucial contribution to organizing this event. We are holding the 18th Congress of WFTU during a period of tension and global unrest, a period of deepening economic inequalities and expanding contradictions and antitheses. For more than 2 months now, there is a new dangerous act in the global competition, the war in Ukraine. It is a war that leads to further militarization of Europe and to an even greater upgrading of the role of the US and NATO in Europe. It is a war that results in huge losses of human lives, millions of refugees, economic and social consequences for the people. As Cypriot workers, both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, living in a country which is still divided as a result of NATO and its allies' imperialist plans, we are uniting our voice with the voices who demand peace, who are against militarization and for the dissolution of NATO. As it was said for many other colleagues, for more than 2 years, humanity has been experiencing a difficult situation caused by the coronavirus pandemic. The pandemic highlighted to an even great extent the antitheses and contradictions of capitalism. The deprivation and hunger experienced by millions around the world coexist with the accumulation of profits by the few. Access to health care and COVID-19 vaccines have been commercialized, leaving the world's poorest people unprotected. The pandemic also highlighted the economic and social consequences of the policies of austerity and the approach of less state. We have seen thousands of lives that they were lost in Europe as public health systems could not meet the needs of the pandemic due to budget cuts. During all the time, our organization, as the other organizations here, we have struggled to protect the health of workers, to fight against layoffs, for the improvement of the public health care system. At the same time, we are still fighting against the deregulation of labor and against cheap, flexible employment without rights. And I can say that we have achievements in this fight. As is the case around the world, the capital in Cyprus is pushing for cheaper labor and more flexible employment. The use of technology and digital platforms to promote flexible work and to force workers to become self-employed are on the rise. Is that why the priorities that they are set by the document of the 18th Congress for collective agreements for full and stable work that will be probably remunerated constitute the answer that all of us must fight for? The other big challenge for us in Cyprus is dealing at the moment with the issue of high prices. We are pushing for measures that will alleviate the pressure exercised on the incomes of workers, pensioners, and vulnerable groups. Dear comrades, dear colleagues, at a time when the reactionary and compromised forces in the trade union movement are trying to disorient the workers' movement, the role of WFTU is crucial for the future and for the class orientation of the workers. WFTU, through its action, development and expansion, has given a clear answer to those who predicted its dissolution and disappearance. Of course, we need to constantly try to upgrade and improve our work. On behalf of PEO and being in charge of the European Regional Office, we supported WFTU with all our forces. I would like to assure you that we will continue our support to this effort in the same direction.
Time, comrade.
I will just close by thanking George for being a very good friend in the struggle of the Cypriot workers for reunification. Thank you very much. Long live WFTU.
Eric Celini, General Secretary TUI Chemi Energy, and after Ignacio Campora, ATE Capital, Coordinator WFTU Argentina.
Bien, mes chers camarades. Alors, je n'avais pas prévu de faire aussi court, mais je vais essayer de raccourcir mon intervention. Donc, tout d'abord, au nom de l'UIS Chimie Énergie, je salue effectivement toutes les délégations et je remercie chaleureusement l'USB pour l'organisation de ce congrès.
Conference, I would like to salute, first of all, on behalf of the TUI chemicals, this assembly, and also thank the Italian colleagues for their exemplary organization of this conference. You know that employers and their cronies in the government use every possible means to exploit the working class. We have started with the sanitary crisis, and we continue with this ignoble conflict in the Ukraine, which of course will have repercussions in Africa and an even bigger exploitation of the riches of this continent. In a war, like in every war, the people will suffer, the workers will suffer, the people will die, but the capitalists will continue to get rich and even richer. And of course, you know that there are already catastrophes and there's a disaster and destruction of infrastructures. This crisis, energy crisis, will make even more vulnerable the workers all over the world that have already suffered because of the pandemic, whereby the capitalists will become even richer, as I said before. And let us not forget that right now the embargo on the cereals in Russia may cause many families in the world to die of hunger, especially in vulnerable areas such as, for example, India and Africa. Also, let us mention the resistance to the recent decisions taken by the fascist Monti in India, and also the support by the SAS and CFN. They are workers, fighting workers that we have to take into consideration in every change, and that will be indispensable in every class fight. We have therefore to support them. We have to take them into consideration in all our fights against capitalism. We have to contribute to an organization that supports men and women both in the north and in the south. We have to organize our fights at the international level in every region of the world. We should not allow competition between workers in different areas of the world. We have to unite the workers from energy, from caoutchouc, from all areas of the world. This is possible because we are members of the WFTU. WFTU has become an indispensable tool of the trade union fight, and we have to expand it even more. We have to make it known all over the world. Because it is an alternative to the it is an alternative, as I said, to the capitalist syndicates, trade unions, that right now are gaining ground. We should not be alone. We are not alone if we have the WFTU. We should have heard the Indian colleague who said that it is the fight and it is to fight that we are going to transform society. We have to organize in chemistry, in the pharmaceutical division, in energy, in natural gas, in commerce, and everywhere else. In order to actually organize a triumph of the working class. Long live the WFTU, long live the working class. Thank you very much.
India.
Compañeros, compañeras, desde la Coordinación Argentina de FCM, traemos el saludo y la certeza que
Comrade from Argentina, he gives his greetings. We hope that this will strengthen the WFTU. Greetings to the General Secretary and to the comrades of the USB that are organizing this Congress. As reflects the document, the capitalism is more unjust, and the workers are every day more exploited, more precarious. Capitalism is more violent, warlike, as is reflected in the Ukrainian war, the blockade against Russia, and the many countries that rebel. On our continent, the Yankee Empire continues to attack the popular classes. It is the job of our class, the workers, to deepen those struggles from our class perspective. As what is actually ours, a dignified life. The WFTU grew in the past years from 2015 to 2019 in Argentina due to the policies of Macri. And there have been clear expressions of trade unionism in our region. Now with the President Fernandez has had popular support, and now with the pandemic that has assaulted the world, the majority of our hopes by the workers of our country were not reflected in reality. They have fallen in a state of uncertainty, awaiting 1 year more for the national elections that will permit the return of the right. We face a scenario of high inflation that attacks the salaries and incomes of the workers. As comrades from Argentina, we wish to contribute to the document in 3 aspects. First, we want to strengthen the space of the youth, of the working youth. It's a situation that is mentioned but is not developed. And the situation of the Latin America and the WFTU, there's a long experience in South America, but in all of the Americas, to develop the youth committee. That is a task that we should take up as part of the Congress from here to the future to strengthen the WFTU and to strengthen our organizations. Second, the space of women. The comrades have taken up many of the struggles to make our society more equal, and our countries in particular. The working women, working trade unionist women have historical struggles in attempts to ensure the right to abortion, the agreements of the ILO. It is necessary to guarantee or to tend as much as possible that women have equal representation of men and women. We also propose, third, a center of study or research of the WFTU to coordinate with the organizations that our trade unions have to deepen the strategic work, the reduction of the working day in a deep way, so that we can give a strong combat against the trade unions that promote collaboration. And we also give our support to the peoples that struggle against imperialism, like Cuba, Venezuela, Palestine, the Sahrawi. We can also say with much conviction it's necessary for Latin America and for the continent that Lula become president. And also an important demand of the Argentinians to retake the Falklands. And greetings to you, comrades. Thank you. Thank you, comrade.
India. Follow Sene from Senegal.
Good evening, dear comrades and friends. I bring to you the heartiest revolutionary greetings of All India Trade Union Congress, the proud founding member of the WFTU. I also greet USB Italy for having made exemplary arrangements to make this Congress successful with all the odds at its end. Comrade General Secretary had set the tone of the conference with his report, and the intonation of this Congress is reverberating with the refrain that capitalism is the enemy of the working class, and we have to overthrow capitalism, we have to change it. There is no alternative. That is what the whole Congress has been speaking about for the last 2 days. There is no question about it. The only enemy of the working class is capitalism, and it has to be thrown out to bring in a society, a world with peace. We also have in India the same problems, just as everybody is having in every country. But we have an additional problem in India with a near-fascist government trying to divide the people on religious lines. We are fighting on a united platform of all central trade unions in India. But the whole world is continuously turning to be unjust to the wealth producers of the land. Workers are the wealth producers of the land. But the worker who is on the soil, tilling the soil and producing food, does not get food. There is hunger and poverty in this world. Workers have lost jobs. We have spoken about coronavirus. There are going to be more viruses because the zoonotic viruses come. It is because of the greed of the capitalist system. Because of the greed of the capitalist system, there are wars. There are trade wars fought all over the world. And sufferings and squalor on the workers of the world. Workers who produce the wealth do not have a house to live, do not have food to eat. And the viruses strike, it strikes the poor and the hungry and the poor worker. This is unjust. ILO is not doing anything. ILO was established to protect the welfare of the workers. It is not doing anything, it is drifting towards the right. United Nations is not doing anything. In spite of all the treaties, all the international treaties to protect the people,
to bring in peace on the earth. United Nations is not doing anything. It is only the workers who have to do. The workers can do it. We shall do it. The workers have shown to the world that a change is possible, a peaceful, egalitarian socialism is possible. We have shown to the world. Now is the time to show to the world. Now is the time. Capitalism is completely failing. It has failed the humanity. It has to be overthrown. Now is the time to do it. We have to do it. Not the organizations, the so-called trade unions who have become the stooges of the capitalism. We have to do it. If not the World Federation of Trade Unions, who else can do it? Only we have to do it. The class-oriented trade union has to do it. We have to mobilize the people, make them class conscious. It has to emerge into a very big working class movement. A class struggle alone can bring in just on the world. Capitalism has come. It has evolved. It has lived. It had exploited people. It has brought in squalor and misery. It has no business to live anymore. We have to overthrow capitalism, and the working class is the grave digger of capitalism. We shall dig the grave of capitalism, and WFTU has to steer ahead a world-class labor movement. We have to strengthen ourselves. We shall do it. Long live WFTU. Long live working class unity. Long live WFTU. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you. Senegal. And after Omar Romero, Colombia.
Merci, camarades. Camarades membres du Présidium, camarades congressistes, permettez-moi tout d'abord, à l'entame de mon intervention, au nom de la Fédération générale des travailleurs du Sénégal,
Allow me first of all, in the name of all our syndicate members of Senegal, to to give you our warmest militant greetings. Allow me, however, dear comrades, to express our satisfaction and our thanks to our comrade General Secretary to George Mavrikos. Only a few years ago we only had 49 million members. Now we have many more. We have to continue our fight in order to be able to support the rights of people. I would like, therefore, to ask you an applause for the comrade General Secretary who has made this possible, who has multiplied by so many more our members. The pandemic has taken a big toll on workers. We have had not only many deaths, but also a flagrant violation of the workers' rights. Vis-à-vis this situation, we have to do something. We have to take measures. And I would like to tell George Mavrikos that the WFTU has still need of him. It needs his support in order to be able to maintain our conquests, in order to be able to go forward in future and increase even more our conquests. We in Mali have blocked a project by the CAO, and we would like to ask you ask your support. Long live the WFDU, long live the 18th Congress.
And then a comrade from Philippines.
Muy buenas tardes, camaradas.
Good afternoon, comrades. In the name of the WFTU Colombia and workers of construction and woodwork, I thank you and to the USB for that hospitality that they have given us, and for all this prolonged process. We wish to manifest the following. In accordance with the thesis that has been made by the WFTU, we in Colombia, with the technical secretariat, we have summarized the theses and the objectives with the report that has been given to us, and we have five posters, and we will send these posters to you. And second point, I would ask all of you to please stand up to recognize the great work that has been done by this group with George Mavrikos at the helm. We need to recognize him. So an applause and stand up for Comrade Mavrikos. From 45,000 to the millions of comrades we have now. And we are committed to the conclusions that this Congress produces. Equally, comrades, wrong I would be if I did not speak of my country. In my country, we are living a conflict of an internal war, high-intensity internal war. They have passed on to a selective crime, to a collective crime. If the army murders, if the government murders, if the mafia and the capitalists murder, what has occurred this year, they have murdered 94 murders. 15 days ago, they murdered a couple children saying that they were guerrillas. Equally, comrades, the issue is so bad that the receipt of the IMF has led us to have a national strike. The first strike we had, the 19th to the 21st of November, from 20 to the last year, 15 years ago last year. This led to us to wake up the Colombian people that was asleep by the media, and that struggle that we have been carrying out has resulted in the electoral process today in Colombia that has the leftist candidate in the lead. For May, the 29th of May, we hope that the candidate with which we have coalition in part of a historic pact that we have made nationally, world peace victorious. And we already hear military voices to murder the comrades in going to the presidency. Lastly, comrades, I would like to propose that we take up the proposal of Comrade President that perfectly explain that we struggle through the economic to take up $1 per affiliate to strengthen the finances and to continue working in the purpose of growth of our organization throughout the world. Thank you, comrades. Long live the WFTU. Long live the proletarian internationalism. Long live.
A comrade from South Korea. No? Okay. Okay, close. No. No, we finish. We finish.
Virtual.
Ah, okay. Your microphone. Okay. It's open.
Okay, yes. We are waiting for the virtual speech from South Korea. Please, we invite the committee of decision, of declaration to announce about the resolutions, about the messages of solidarity. And comrades, because of, Nikos, just a moment, because of time, it is impossible now to have the conclusion. Impossible para clausura. For this, we think that tomorrow morning we need to have the conclusion. Because of this, I ask and call our members of Secretariat tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, to be out of the room of Congress to change some ideas about the conclusion. Also, this evening, immediately after the finish, we call the nomination committee, which elected from the Presidential Council and Secretariat in the last their meetings, to be here, to stay here. Adnan Azuz from Syria, nomination committee, Adnan Azuz of Syria, Kamarat Venkatachalam from India, Setesei Cuba, Kabon, Etienne Moussavu, and Ali Reza Kosmanoglu from Turkey. Please to stay here to discuss and to think about the nomination topics. Thank you. Nikos.
Dear comrades, very briefly, based on the guidelines of the Congress, the draft committee received from the Presidium the following proposals for motions, resolutions of the Congress to be included in the tomorrow's closure. First resolution, we will not read the resolutions now to save time, but they will be available in the Presidium for whoever wants to read or comment. First resolution of solidarity with Palestine, second resolution against the Russian-Ukraine war, resolution of solidarity with Cuba, resolution on the Cyprus problem, a resolution against the privatization of pensions, and a resolution of solidarity, supporting and encouraging the Korean working class. Those resolutions in general in accordance with the documents discussed in the Congress. They will be available here for anyone who wants to see, and we discuss them, we conclude tomorrow. Thank you.
Also, just now, we received the proposal for the resolution, Nikos, proposal for the resolution of the 18th World Trade Union Congress by Nakliyatis about the situation in Turkey. Okay.
We have South Korea.
Are ready from for virtual speech from South Korea? Okay.
Okay.
Hello, comrades. Holding high the banner of WFTU, we will advance a new society in which the workers and people became the master of the state power and means of production. We celebrate the 18th Congress of WFTU. We send militant greetings on behalf of the South Korean office of WFTU and the revolutionary workers, working class of South Korea. South Korean office of WFTU has struggled succeeding the revolutionary workers movement, which was broken after dissolving the National Council of Korean Labor Unions. The members of WFTU South Korean office have held a demonstration over 700 days in front of Seoul government complex with the slogans of pay 500,000 won per month to all unemployed, abolish the unemployment and irregular works, reappropriate the corrupted wealth of authorities, and pro-Japanese forces. Last year, under the banner of internationalist unity, we held a solidarity demonstration against the intervention to Venezuela of the US imperialism and to support the struggle of workers in Colombia. Recently, we are powerfully demonstrating against the US imperialism, increasing war crisis in South Korea, and pro-US fascist forces enforcing the policies against workers and people. On the surface, South Korea seems like the developed capitalist society, but it is completely subordinated to imperialism and distorted society, defined as a colonial semi-capitalist society. Last March, the successor of military fascists and candidates from the pro-US imperialist party, Yoon Suk-yeol, was elected as the South Korean president. The cabinet is filled with the corrupted group judged by candlelight uprising of South Korean people. It means the South Korean workers should struggle against the fascist regime again. Meanwhile, the problems of reformism and opportunism spread out South Korean workers' movement has to be criticized. So-called democratic trade union has concentrated on the movements of regular workers and major company workers. As indoctrinating the universalism of industrial union, it cannot suggest the correct policy line and intensifies the confusion of workers' link. The shortcut of solving all problems is to educate, organize, and mobilize the workers who cannot be assured the labor's three primary rights and protected the basic labor law. Trade unions should concentrate on organizing the workers of small and medium-sized company and irregular works. Also, they have to sublet the universal industrial unionism and building the strong organizational system which combined industrial unions and regional unions. To make South Korean workers the owner of their own lives, the US troops has to be withdrawn, and the true people's democracy government owned by the people and managed by the people has to be built. The reappropriation and welfare policy is the first policy which people's democracy government will implement with the workers and the people. After realizing the independence of South Korea, the reappropriation and welfare policy will stabilize the livelihood of people and create the driving force to build a new society. Affiliating with the WFTU South Korean office will end the US aggressive force through the strong anti-imperialist common struggle and will advance the new society which the workers and peoples are honor of the society, the honor of the state power and the means of production. Long live WFTU, long live workers' struggle.
Sorry. Comrade Saifuzzaman Bajah, for 2 minutes, no more than 2 minutes. Because we have to close, so please, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, panelists, friends, comrades, sisters and brothers. Warm greetings from WFTU Bangladesh chapter and from my federation Jatiyo Shramik Jot Bangladesh. Here at the 18th Congress of WFTU we met. All we came from the field of class struggle, from the field of struggle of the general masses and working people. Time is very short, so I did not give my speech. Simply, I raise a proposal about linguistic affairs. Honorable Chair, friends and comrades, you know, 21st February is International Mother Language Day. It has been observed on worldwide annually to promote awareness of linguistic and cultural diversity and to promote multilingualism. It has been first announced by UNESCO on 17 November 1999. It was formally recognized by the United Nations General Assembly with the adoption of UN Resolution 56/262 in 2002. Mother Language Day is part of a broader initiative to promote the preservation and protection of all languages used by peoples of the world. As adopted by the UN General Assembly on 16 May 2007 in UN Resolution 61/266, which also established 2008 as the International Year of the Languages. The idea to celebrate International Mother Language Days was the initiative of the Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, 20 February is the anniversary of the day when the people of Bangladesh, then East Pakistan, fought for recognition for the Bangla language in 1952. It is also celebrated in West Bengal, India. We do appreciate that WFTU has recognized English, Spanish, French, Arabic, Russian, and Portuguese as its official language. Here we from WFTU Bangladesh chapter is raising a proposal for including Bengali is official language of WFTU. I repeat.
Thank you.
I repeat, we raise proposal for including Bengali is official language of WFTU.
Comrade.
You know, Bengali is the mother language of the 360 million people of the world. Bengali is the 5th largest speaking language. Here I am chanting the slogan, workers of the world, unite in Bangla, Duniyar, Mazdoor, Ek Ho.
Thank you. Dear comrades, we finish the work for today. Before to move some information. Today we did a very big work, 91 speeches from all over the world. And so we are happy for our work and our results. The work tomorrow will start at 9 o'clock, and the work tomorrow of the Congress is only for the delegates, not for the observer and the guests, only for the delegates. So at 9 o'clock we have to start. When you go outside from the room, please leave the equipment. Not now maintaining, because I have to tell another thing. But when you go out, please bring all the equipment outside. Outside there are the buses to go to the center of Rome. So we bring you to the buses will bring you to the center of Rome at Colosseo. You are free until 10 o'clock in the night. The buses will bring you again to the hotel at 10 o'clock in the night at the same point where they leave you.
Your microphone is off.
The microphone is off. سوف تذهبون إذن في جولة حرة إلى مركز